talked about the human analysis factor on the front end. Let's talk about it on the other end now. So once you have a deconvolution report, what does the analyst do in terms of analyzing that?
The first thing that we do is we look at the diagnostics and both the secondary diagnostics as well as the primary diagnostics. So primary, basically, we look at the deconvolution and look at it compared to the electropherogram. Does this make sense? Is this intuitive to what?
I'm going to ask you, what do you mean by that? Makes sense, intuitive?
Like, if you say, I have a very high peak for one contributor that's way higher than the other, say 15-15 at one location, and the decon says it's that the first contributor is like a 14-13, and it wouldn't make sense because you have a big 15-15 there. So you have to look at the data that you have from the electropherogram, because that's the data that you're analyzing, and you have to look to see if the decisions made by StarMix make sense.
What other things are you looking at on the deconvolution report?
We're looking at the diagnostics to make sure that everything is indicated to have run properly. So if we we input the number of contributors into the software. So if we were to put the wrong number of contributors in, or if we had left in an artifact or something that wasn't real, the diagnostics would kind of let us know that something's amok.
So once you have your deconvolution report and you see the percentage of contributors, is there any sort of blanket rule where if you see a contributor below a certain percent that you would not run a comparison for that?
No, ours isn't, our SOP does not account for percent. Ours accounts for each contributor has to be represented unambiguously, meaning it's not in the stutter position, at least 3 locations. So we have to be sure that it's a foreign allele at more than three or more locations for that contributor to be considered suitable for interpretation.
We're going to be looking at many deconvolution reports momentarily, but can you just explain how within a deconvolution report the contributors, if it's a mixture, are separated out?
The software is basically trying to figure out what the best explanation of the data is. So if we told the software that there's 2 contributors in there, they're looking at the peak heights of the DNA profile of the contributors that are in there and try to make the sense of which ones belong to which ones. So like it'll say, this is what we think are the best choices for contributor 1. These are the ones that make the most sense. And each genotype combination is given a weight. So that weight helps you determine how likely it is that's the correct answer.
And do the slots or contributor positions, for example, number 1, number 2, correlate to anything else that's estimated by StarMix?
It's usually when there's no conditioning, which I can go into what that is if you want, but we didn't condition in this case. But if you're not conditioning on an individual, then the contributor 1 position is the one who's contributing the largest estimated amount of DNA, and then contributor 2 is the next spot down, and then so forth.
Now, if you did contribute or contribution, where would that person go? Would they always be in the number 1 slot?
Yes, the conditioned individual is always just automatically assigned the number 1 spot by the software, regardless of whether they contributed 5% or 95%.
All right, so in terms of further analysis of the deconvolution report, so once you have your deconvolution report, what, if anything, do you do with that report visually?
Once we have established that we think that the run is a good, valid, intuitive run, then if we have any references, that's when we will make any comparisons to them from the reference to the deconvolution report.
And when you say comparisons, is that something that's done visually first?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So basically, I'll take a reference profile and I will go location by location for each of the contributors that were deemed suitable for interpretation. And I'll say, is it possible that this person is here at this location? And go location by location to see if it's possible that that person is there. And if there's something that is saying, like, it's not possible for this person to be there, then we will say we have a visual exclusion. It's not possible for them to be there.
And if you have a visual exclusion, then obviously you don't run them through StarMix, right?
Right, you don't run them through StarMix.
If you can't visually exclude a reference sample, how specifically would you run a comparison of that sample to the deconvoluted profiles?
So we take the deconvolution that was done by StarMix and we basically drag that back into StarMix, and then you drag a reference profile into the software, and then it will do a comparison and generate a likelihood ratio on like how likely it is that this person is included or excluded.
Can you explain a likelihood ratio and what that is?
The likelihood ratio is basically, it's looking at two different propositions or hypotheses. So it's the likelihood that this DNA profile is from this person, and however other many, like so where, say for this example, the mixture is 3. So it's that the person of interest is the contributor of the profile and 2 other individuals, unknown, unrelated individuals, versus it not being that person and it being from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals.
And can you talk a little bit about what would support, the numbers that would support an inclusion or an exclusion or inconclusive?
We have a verbal chart that we use that was created by SWGDAN, which is the governing body of DNA analysis. So basically a LR of 1 is uninformative. Anything above 1 is support for inclusion or exclusion depending on what the stat is. And then they go up and, from basically limited support, moderate support, strong support, very strong support, depending on how big the number is.
In casework, in addition to the reports generated by StarMix, so the deconvolution reports and or likelihood ratio reports, do you as the analyst also write a report of your conclusions and analyses?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you indicated that those reports would be subject to multiple layers of review.
Yes.
Was all of your work reviewed in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
All right, turning to this case, were you assigned to perform DNA testing on certain items of evidence relating to State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro?
Yes, I was.
On June 18th of 2020, did Bodie receive items from the prosecutor's office in Monmouth County relating to this case?
Yes.
Do you recall what those items were?
There was a pair of pants, I think 6 sets of gloves, and some swabs from the scene.
Was there also a knife that was
A knife, yes. I
taken
forgot
too?
about the knife, yes.
All right, and there was 6 latex gloves?
Yes.
Just prior to receiving those items, on June 4th of 2020, what, if anything else, did Bodie receive from the prosecutor's office with regard to this case?
We received already developed profiles for Jesse, Jennifer, Sophia, Paul, and Caneiro.
Now, did you in fact perform DNA analysis on the items that were received on June 18th of 2020?
No, we only received the completed profiles.
Okay, but not the reference samples, but the indicated pair of hands
yes,
and all of that.
sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Of those items that you performed the DNA analysis on, did you utilize StarMix?
On some of them, yes.
Do you recall how many samples you utilized StarMix for?
13, I believe.
Okay, and then for another sample, did you use manual interpretation?
I did.
And why was that, if you recall?
StarMix did not give an intuitive answer when we used the software. So because of that, this is where it's important that we can still go back and do manual interpretation.
And then for another sample, was there in fact too little data to even run?
Yes.
Okay, so no conclusions were made on that. Okay, so we're dealing with 13 samples that StarMix was used for.
Correct.
With regard to all of those aforementioned items, did you write a report?
I did.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S23. Your Honor, S23. Mr. Reed, I'm showing you S23. Do you recognize that?
Is your name or mine?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's mine. Yes, sorry. I think that's maybe 2.
Yeah, here you go.
Thank you.
Yes, this is my report.
Sorry, what was the S number?
I'm sorry, Judge?
What's the exhibit number?
Oh, this was
23.
Yes,
S23.
S23. Okay. This report is dated November 19th of 2021.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is this report 9 pages?
Yes, it is.
Now, the first page, is that essentially a review form?
Yes.
And what is that? What is that for?
This is where we record when review was done and both self-review as well as technical and admin review, and we record where we have done, we call it Bodie Match. It's basically a software program that we use to ensure that the sample does not hit any known contaminants, anybody from the staff, or any other samples that it was processed with.
Okay, and are there signatures on the front of that page or initials?
Yes.
Okay, does that indicate that all of that was completed, all of that review?
Yes.
Okay. I kind of want to go through the structure of your report first, just so we can understand what we're looking at. Page 1 of your report, so if you flip over to page, it says 1 of 9. That has the Bodie case number on it?
Yes.
And is that CCA 2076-0119?
Yes.
Okay, and it has an agency case number?
Yes.
And is that MCP 1800780?
Yes, it is.
And then under that, you see where it says victims?
Yes.
Okay, and whose names are there?
Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and then suspects?
Is Paul Caneiro.
Okay, are those the 5 individuals that you received reference samples for?
Yes.
Okay, now on page 2, you flip over to page 2, where it says DNA profiles received. You have next to each individual's name, you have a number. So for example, 1 is Jennifer Caneiro. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and what are those numbers in reference to, the 1 through 4 and then the 20?
Those were the numbers that were assigned by whoever processed them externally.
Okay. I want to ask you to flip over now to page 5. I'm sorry, not page 5. It's actually going to be page, I think it's page 9. Page 9 of the report. You'll see that there's a chart here. What is that we're looking at?
Those are the profiles from the victims and the suspect that were provided to us.
So these are the allele charts from each of the victims and suspect.
Yes.
And then I'm going to ask you now just to turn back to that page, not the very first page, but the first page of your report, where it has the Bodie case number on it. All right, do you see this is a list of evidence here?
Yes.
Okay, and then that spills over onto page 2, is that right?
Correct.
And then on page 2, you have STR processing, results, conclusions, and statistics, is that right?
Yes.
Then that goes over onto page 3, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you have some notes, and those go over onto page 4, is that right?
Correct.
And then on page 4, you have where it says likelihood ratio, support, qualifying statement. You see that?
Yes.
And then page 5, there's a chart there. What is that?
That's a summary, a chart that we use in instances where we have a lot of samples. We create a chart that will summarize my results.
So that chart reflects the 13 samples and the results that were utilized with StarMix?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to receiving this evidence, specifically you indicate the pair of pants and the gloves and the knife and the swabs on June 18th of 2020, were other items of evidence later received by Bodie from the prosecutor's office, specifically in February of 2021?
Yes.
Was DNA analysis performed on those?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on those, you did not utilize StarMix, is that correct?
Correct.
That is not the subject of this hearing.
Yes.
I'd like to go over on page 1, just so we understand how the evidence is delineated. Looking at first, under Bodie's sample name, you have E01. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does E01 correlate to?
E1 correlates to the pair of genes.
Okay. And then you have an A, B, and a C. What is the A?
A is the interior thigh above the knee.
What about the B?
Interior waistband.
And the C?
Area 1, which was exterior front right thigh with red-brown staining.
Okay. Now, for samples A and C, is it fair to say that StarMix was used?
A and C, yes.
And for B, was StarMix used?
No, it was not.
Okay. Now we move on to sample E02. E02 through E07. Are those essentially 6 pairs of black latex gloves?
They are 6
Or 6 gloves?
6 gloves. Yeah, not pairs, 6 gloves.
So with each glove, so you have 6 altogether, E02 through E07, and then under each one you have an A and a B. Do you see that?
Yes.
For each one, does A reflect what is deemed the exterior of the glove?
Yes.
And does the B reflect what is deemed the interior of the glove?
Yes, it does.
And then you have E08. What is that?
That is the Microtech Ultratech D double edge automatic knife.
Okay, and there's a note, note number 8 on page 3 that indicates that that was inventory but not further examined. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
So we're not dealing with that in this particular hearing. Then you have E09. What is that?
This is AMB swab, DNA swab of reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island.
Okay. How about E10?
AMC swab, DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet.
And how about E11?
AMD swab, DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink.
Okay, for each of those swabs for 9, 10, and 11, was star mix utilized?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and specifically, is that what you received or swabs from the prosecutor's office?
Yes, it was.
I'd like you to turn to page 2, if you could, of your report. There's some terminology there that we're ultimately going to see in table 1 that I'd like to go over with you.
Okay.
I'm looking at 5A, where it says assumed number of contributors. Do you see that?
Yes.
How is that defined?
The assumed number of contributors is when I'm doing my analysis. Prior to doing star mix, I do my best to determine, based on the evidence or the profile that we have, the number of contributors that are present in the profile.
And then do you see 5B?
Yes.
Suitable contributors. How is that defined?
It is the contributors that are suitable for comparison in the mixture obtained. Any contributors not listed are not suitable for comparisons due to limited data obtained.
Okay, and what makes them suitable for comparison?
They have to have that at least 3 unambiguous alleles.
How about 5C, combination possible?
It refers to the possibility of any included references all being present together in the sample at the same time.
Okay, and how about 5D, visually excluded?
Refers to exclusions of compared references from the interpretable portions or suitable portions of the mixture obtained.
Okay, and then 5E and 5F.
So this is where this is the statement that we would use to state the statistic. And for an inclusion, it would be assuming a mixture of N individuals, which is the number of contributors. This mixture DNA profile obtained is at least this number times more likely if it originated from this reference and N minus 1. So if there's 3 individuals, it would be 2 there. Unknown, unrelated contributors, then from N, unknown, unrelated contributors. And N equals the total number of contributors.
Okay. And then on page 4 of 9, is there a verbal chart there with a qualifying statement for the likelihood ratios?
Yes, there is.
Can you just take us through that?
Yes. So a LR of 1 is considered to be uninformative. Greater than 1 and less than 100 is limited support. 100 through less than 10,000 is moderate support. 10,000 to 1 million is strong support. And a million above, equal to and greater than 1 million is very strong support.
Now, when you testify in court as a DNA analyst to your results, is this essentially the chart that is used and the language that is used for star mix samples?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to deal with the 2 samples that were not subject to star mix just briefly. And I'm looking at E01B, which is the jeans interior waistband.
Yes.
Can you explain what was done with that?
So a DNA profile was obtained. It was partial, and it was too low level. Too limited data was obtained, so no conclusions could be made on the partial profile.
Okay. And is there a note on note 10 on page 4 regarding this as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that note reflect?
It says, for sample E01B, the profile greater than analytical threshold gives the appearance of being a single source contributor. However, because of alleles seen below threshold and the possible sharing of alleles with the minor observed below analytical threshold, this profile was reported as a mixture and deemed inconclusive for interpretation.
So essentially, is this an example of how a DNA analyst would look at an electropherogram and deem it not suitable for star mix?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to turn to E2a in your report.
The DNA profile obtained from E2a is consistent with a mixture of two individuals, including a major female contributor. This deduced major component matches the DNA profile obtained from Sophia Caneiro, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 14 octillion, and all of the other references submitted were excluded as being possible contributors of the major component.
Okay, and why was this sample, why did you use manual interpretation in that StarMix?
So we used StarMix, and I put in it being as a mixture of two, and when StarMix interpreted it, it tried to force, there wasn't enough data for the second contributor, so it kind of wanted to split up contributor 1 and contributor 2, like the DNA, into two separate contributors. So it wasn't intuitive. With a major contributor, we're expecting the contribution percentage to be above 75% for the major, and it was much more equal on the deconvolutions. That wasn't intuitive.
Okay. Is this essentially an example of how an analyst would have to analyze something now on the back end? So after you get a deconvolution report, like we spoke about before, if it doesn't deconvolute properly, if there's something unintuitive about it, you would use manual interpretation, or you would not proceed further with StarMix.
That's correct, yes.
Now, did you also, is there also a case note with regard to this particular sample?
Yes, there is. It's not in this report, but
Okay, I'm going to show it to you. And why is there a case note? Why was more documented about this?
because we want to document why it didn't work, to show that we did try it, and this is the reason why we chose to interpret manually and not report the results that were obtained from StarMix.
Were there also electropherograms run, obviously, in this particular case
Yes.
as well? I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S27 for sample 2A. And then S29, case note. And your statistic, was that also reported out on something called Population Statistics Global Filer?
Yes.
And I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S28. Maybe get the junk copies of the same. Ms. Reed, I'm handing you what's been marked as S27. What is that?
That is the electropherogram for sample E2a.
Okay, and how about S28? What is that?
That is the statistics work for that same sample.
For sample 2A?
Yes.
And again, what is that statistic?
That is the random match probability statistic that was performed for the major component.
Okay, and what was the outcome of that? What is that statistic?
That was the 1 in 14 octillion in the U.S. population.
As to which?
To Sophia.
To Sophia Caneiro.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's been marked as S29. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the case note.
And what is that case note represent?
The case note states that sample E02 was determined to be a mixture of two individuals. The initial StarMix run had a Gelman-Rubin convergence diagnostics of 1.5. And after an additional 450,000 iterations per chain, the Gelman-Rubin convergence diagnostic was then 1.9. It was thought that a possible unresolved allele was causing the mixture to not deconvolute properly. The sample was rerun under the high-resolution 3500 setting. The allele was not resolved, so StarMix was run with the D2 locus ignored This star mix run resulted in a GR of 1.38 initially and 1.41 after an additional 450,000 iterations. The technical leader advised to manually change the number of additional iterations to 5 million. These settings resulted in a GR of 1.38. It was determined that the deconvolution may not be modeling correctly due to the limited data obtained from the second contributor, and that all additional alleles were in a stutter position with the exception of the Y at amylogenin. Due to the inability of StarMix to correctly model the mixture, the sample was manually interpreted.
Take that back to me, thank you. So did this change time the state would seek to invest 27, 28, 29?
Objection. So moved.
Ms. Reed, did you also provide a letter dated October 17th, 2024, partly responding to or addressing sample 2A?
Yes.
And was that the result of you receiving and reading a report from one of the defense's experts?
Yes.
Particularly Carl Reich?
Yes.
Okay. And do you also speak about another issue in that letter?
Yes.
And what issue is that?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
If I showed it to
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
okay. I'm going to show council what's been marked as S20, S24, sorry.
Glitch.
S24?
Glitch.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. Show me what's been marked as S24.
Because they're kind of, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you explain, you don't have to read the letter, but just briefly what you're responding to in that letter?
Basically, he stated, Mr. Wright stated that that we had a glitch. Basically, that an unresolved allele is something that's not seen in the field, and that it's unique to our laboratory, and it is something. And this was a response to that, stating that it is something that we see, we have a validation for it, and it's widely seen in the field, as well as like GeneMapper, company that produces GeneMapper IDX, the software, actually like submitted a letter saying that they'd seen this.
And do you discuss sample 2A in that letter as well?
Yes.
Okay. And just can you summarize that?
I have to find it, I'm sorry. Yes, it speaks about the sometimes about Starbucks not being able to intuitively decon when there's a very low amount of DNA from a second contributor.
State seeks to move S24 inheritance. I'd like to turn to the 13 samples that were analyzed utilizing StarMix. I'm going to ask if you can turn on your report to page 5, table 1.
Yes.
Let me first ask you, what version of StarMix was used?
Version 2.5.11.
Now, table 1, we're looking at the first column with E01A1. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Okay. And E01A1, is that the gene's interior thigh above knee?
Yes.
Okay. And how many contributors were assumed there?
3.
Okay. And that was something that that you looked at? You looked at the electrophotogram for that?
Yes.
Okay. How about contributors that were suitable for comparison?
Only contributors 1 and 2 were suitable for comparisons.
Okay. And when did you determine that? Was it prior to running through StarMix or after?
Prior to running.
Okay. I'm going to show you, let me show defense counsel first. S30, S31, and S32. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Okay, what are those?
These are the electropherograms. Yeah, the electropherograms for the samples.
Okay, there's essentially 3 electropherograms there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, why are there 3?
So one would be, so we ran samples one time, and then we realized that we may have this unresolved allele. So we tried reloading them with the different setting on the 3500 to hopefully resolve that allele. So then we have a second run. And then the one that we ended up reporting, whether it was the first or the second run, would then have a star mix EPG, which will have the stutter filters turned off.
Okay, and can you delineate which is which of the 3?
Based on the page numbers, whatever is the earliest page number will be the reported one, followed by the star mix. These are a couple of
They're just duplicates, yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, these are. Oh, okay. This is the same sample. I'm so sorry. These are just duplicates. Okay. So this is the reported one.
And is that S what?
S31.
Okay, and when you say reported, what does that mean?
It's the one that we reported the results for
Okay.
in the actual report.
I'm going to take that from you for a moment so I can get a copy. There you go.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to have this judge of S31. Did you want to?
Okay. And then the S32 would be the star mix version, which has the stutter filters turned off, and that is the profile that was actually put into the star mix software.
Can I take that from you? Judge Penning, you're on a copy of S32. And how about that last one, S30?
This was the unreported load.
Okay. And again, why do you have that unreported one?
You have to report to include everything that was done to any of the samples in the case file.
Giving Your Honor a copy of S30. Okay, so you have the 3 electropherograms in front of you for sample E1a, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was the deconvolution report also run?
Yes.
Okay. I think I showed what I'm showing counsel is 33, the deconvolution report. And Your Honor, copy of the deconvolution report for E1a. Did you recognize that?
Yes, that is the deconvolution report for E1a.
What's the S number on that, the deconvolution report?
S33.
Okay. I'd like to take a look at that deconvolution report. If you could, this is the first time I believe that we're actually looking at this in court in this proceeding, a deconvolution, a full report.
Okay.
So if you could take us through this first page.
So the first page includes details, software version, who ran it, when it was ran, how long it took, and under the detail section. And then the run parameters is telling it, that's where it states how many contributors were determined to be in the profile. The kit is the kit that we used. In this case, it was Global Filer. And then the sample file name. And then the next section is case number, and then the sample name. And the seed is a random number, a random place that the software decided to start doing its interpretation or deconvolution. And then there's a note where I will always put the notes about what contributors are not suitable on this first page.
Okay. Under where it says post-burn-in summary, what is that?
Those are basically the secondary diagnostics that we check to make sure that the deconvolution ran properly.
Okay, now when you turn the page over to page 2, you see where it says component interpretation?
Yes.
And it says contributor 1, 82%?
Yes.
Okay, what does that reflect?
So this is the deconvoluted results, deconvolution results for contributor 1. And the 82% is what is also summarized on the first page. It's basically the percent of contribution that StarMix has estimated is contributing for that, to the DNA profile.
Okay, so essentially on page 1, under summary of contributors, you have 3 contributors, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And you have number 1 spot is at 82% estimated percentage, and then the number 2 spot is at 17% estimated, is that right?
Correct.
And the number 3 spot is at 1% estimated, is that right?
Yes.
Now the only 2 contributors that you deemed suitable for comparison here, is it true that it's number 1 and 2?
Yes.
Right, again, looking at that page 2, so contributor 1, where it says you have locus, do you see that?
Yes.
And then you have the next column, you have genotype,
Yes.
and then you have weight, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then component, and it has above 99%, do you see that?
Yes.
Can you explain what that means and how you would read this?
So the locus is each of the loci that are tested in the kit. And then it's just listing it in that one column. The genotype is going to list all of the possible genotypes that StarMix has determined are a possibility for that contributor. The third column is weight. It's basically saying how confident is StarMix that this allele is, or this genotype combination is the right one. And then the component above 99% is if StarMix has confidence above, equal to, or greater than 99%, it's going to pull it over into this component section, kind of like creating a allele table.
Okay, and then, so it has this component interpretation. Will it have that for each contributor?
Yes.
Okay, so you can see you have on page, looks like 2 of 13, you have contributor 1 and then contributor 2 starting on the bottom, right?
Correct.
And then it goes over into contributor 3 starting on page 5, is that right?
Correct.
On page 9 of 13, where it says component interpretation summary above 90 or equal to or above 99%,
Yes.
why is that there? What does it mean?
It's basically summarizing for the 3 components what StarMix has called above 99%.
And then if you turn to page 11, do you see where it says variance charts and stutter variance?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are charts that correspond to the secondary diagnostic on the first page. Basically, if the point falls within the bell, it's acceptable or it's expected.
So these diagnostics, these secondary diagnostics, are also things that you're looking at after the decon is run, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And then finally, that last page there, looks like it's not last, but it's 12 of 13 and then 13 of 13, where it says settings.
Yes.
What is that referring to?
These are the settings that are set when we run the run, the StarMix run. And usually these are not altered by me; they're set, and for each kit.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at page 5 again of your report. That first column, sample E01A1.
Yes.
You have certain boxes where it delineates visually excluded. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so who in this particular case, what samples were visually excluded?
Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro.
Okay. So essentially, did you visually excluded those?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you did that?
So basically, I'll take the allele table from those for each reference, and I will go locus by locus to make a comparison to see if it's possible.
When you say you take the allele chart, is that the allele chart that we pointed out in your report?
Yes.
Each reference sample. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you visually exclude, are you looking at the deconvolution report to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically where?
So we do each contributor separately. So I'll start with contributor 1, and I'll go through. And so the only possible genotype, according to StarMix, is 1515 for D3. So if you go across, the only 2 people, if you go across page 9 with all of the references at D3, the only 2 possibilities there are Sophia and Paul. And then you just go down location by location to see So for contributor 1, Sophia is the only possibility for VW1. And then you go down location by location until you hit something that's an exclusion. So we already know that from just these first 2 loci that everyone is excluded because no one can have a 1718 except for Sophia. But you still go down and make sure that everything makes sense. And then you go on to the next contributor, and with 100 or with what greater than 99.99%, they pulled a 1515 for the second contributor as well. So again, the only 2 that can be included there are Sophia and Paul.
And just to be clear, when you're looking at that component interpretation summary, so for example, contributor 1, are you looking to exclude, are you looking under genotype, or are you looking at the ones that they pulled under component?
You're looking at genotype.
Okay, and all the possible
And
ones.
all the possibilities,
Okay.
yes. So if you look for there is a second one for D3. There is a second possibility. It's only 0.01%, but it's still a possibility. And so D3, there is no 1415 there. So again, they're fully excluded. So
Okay, and so you were able to exclude visually Jennifer Caneiro
yes,
and Jesse Caneiro
Yes.
and Keith Caneiro?
yes,
Okay. Were you able to exclude Sophia?
no,
How about Paul Caneiro?
no.
Okay, and so because you couldn't visually exclude them, what did you do next?
Then you take those profiles and you run them in StarMix again to generate the likelihood ratio. They call it an LR per previous. So the previous is basically this deconvolution report is what it's referring to. So this previous report, and then it generates the likelihood ratio report.
When you run a comparison, so for example, in this case, you run a comparison with Sophia and with Paul Caneiro, do you do that together or separately?
We do it separately, and then if both parties, if it's possible, let me rephrase that. If both parties are giving support for inclusion, then you need to run them together to see if it's possible that they're there together, or if they, a lot of times, or it's possible that it's one, either one could be there or the other, and not both.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but is that reflected under where it says in page 5 of 9 in your report, combination possible?
Yes.
Is that why that's there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you run comparisons with this particular sample to Sophia Caneiro and Paul Caneiro?
Yes, I did.
And were likelihood ratio reports generated?
Yes.
And did you run them together as well?
Yes.
So were there 3 likelihood ratio reports generated?
Yes.
I'm going to take the deconvolution. Actually, I'm going to take that out for now.
Okay.
And the other exhibits, except for your report.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge, if I just have a moment. I'm going to show you, showing council first, what's been marked as S34, S35, and S36, the 3 likelihood ratio reports. Oops. Yes, for E01, E1a. Would Your Honor like copies?
Yes, please.
That is S36. S34. And S35.
Excellent, thank you.
Ms. Reed, I'm going to show you what's been marked. I have enough hands here as S34, S35, and S36, and I have copies too. Okay, let's start with S34. What is that?
This is the LR from previous report for Sophia, comparing her to the deconvolution for E01a.
Okay, and what does this first page reflect?
It's the details are the same as the other report. It's the version, the user, the time, and then number of contributors, kit, sample profile, and then under the contributors, that would be the reference that we're looking at in this case, or in this run.
Okay, so let's start at the top here, where it says run parameters on that first page on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Contributors, you have 3.
Yes.
Is that something that gets input by you?
It's already inputted because it was pulled from the previous run.
And then where you have known contributors under HP, do you see that?
Yes.
And next to that is reference number 3, Sophia Caneiro. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is this essentially the hypothesis right there?
Yes.
Can you explain that and how you do that?
It's so in the software, when you drag the reference profile in for the comparison, there are settings that you can click. Basically, if you're asking the question if it's Sophia and 2 unknown unrelated individuals versus 3 unknown unrelated individuals. If both parties, or if everyone agrees that Sophia should be there, then that would be conditioning, basically. And we would, there's a different box that you would check, and it would say, everybody agrees that Sophia should be here.
There's no conditioning done in this case. Okay.
No.
Can you tell us specifically what this hypothesis was, how you would verbally say it?
So I don't, would become from the report that assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, this mixture DNA profile obtained is at least, you want me to read the statistic for this?
Well, I would like you to read how you input this hypothesis. So you have Sophia Caneiro there. So is it, if there's 3 contributors, assumed contributors, would it be Sophia Caneiro and 2 unknown unrelated?
Yes.
And then, so that would be the top of
That would be
the
the top.
fraction, essentially?
Yes.
It's a fraction. And then on the bottom, it would be 3 unknown unrelated. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
Okay. Where specifically in this report is the likelihood ratio that you reported in this case?
So it will be on page 2 and 3 are the final likelihood ratios if they take each location, the likelihood ratio for each location, and then come up with the final, combining all of those together. Is the last number at the bottom of those columns. So, and we always report the most conservative one, so the one that favors the defense or not being Sophia the most.
Okay.
So in this case,
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
You're confusing me now. What document are you looking at?
We're looking at S34.
All right, I thought you said you went back to your report. I'm sorry.
Oh no! So when I was reading, I wanted to get the verbiage correct. So when I was reading,
I'm on S34. What were you just talking about? What page?
page 2 and 3 have, if you see, per locus likelihood ratios, and then at the top it'll say Cauc, and that's for Caucasian, AA for African American.
Got it.
So we look at those 2, and then the Hispanic on the 3rd page, and we will report the most conservative. In this case, it was the Caucasian.
Okay, and can you just read that number so we know where it is?
It's 4 point. It's the 90 under the category that's a 99% one-sided lower HPD interval. It's 4.785588 to the 23rd power.
And is that essentially on the second page of that likelihood ratio
Yes.
report?
And then we have a useful workbook that translates that from that number to a word.
Okay, so I'm going to then ask you to turn to the last page of that deconvolution report.
Yes.
Do you see where it says likelihood ratio report?
Yes.
Okay, what is this page that we're looking at?
That's what I was just talking about. This is where we put that number in, and it gives you the common, so the numbers, like a whole bunch of numbers. It gives you the verbiage, so 470 sextillion, or 4.700 sextillion. And then it also gives you the support that would correspond to that chart that was in the report.
So this document, that very last page, was that something that was created by the lab?
Yes, this is
Not by Starbucks?
Not by Starbucks.
Okay, turning to your report under Sophia Caneiro, column 1 for E01A1, what is the likelihood ratio there?
ratio is listed as 470 sextillion, or very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. And are you able to say that how it would be reported out, how you would say it to a jury in court?
Yes, I can. That's back. So, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, this mixture DNA profile obtained is at least 470 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Sophia Caneiro and 2 unknown unrelated contributors than if from 3 unknown unrelated contributors.
I'm going to take that back. Give that And did you also run a comparison for reference sample 20, Paul Caneiro in this case?
Yes.
And is that what's in front of you as S35?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I should have asked you, under, and I can show it to you again, S34, which slot was Sophia put in?
Contributor 1.
She was in the contributor 1 spot.
Yes.
And I can show you again. I apologize, I should have asked you, but I'm showing you S34 again. I'm going to show you the deconvolution report because I want to ask you what percentage contribution everyone is listed as. I'm sorry, I'm showing you S33. This is the deconvolution report. So Sophia was in slot 1.
Yes.
Is there an estimated RFU and percent contribution?
The estimated percent contribution is 82%.
All right, turning to S35 now, which you have in front of you. Is that the likelihood ratio report that was run when you ran the reference sample with Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the outcome of that?
He was listed as, he was put in a contributor 2 spot, and then the likelihood ratio that was reported was 3.755 to the 18th power, or 3.7 quintillion.
Okay. And is that 3.7 quintillion, that's reflected in under E01A1 in your report, that first column?
Yes. And this is also very strong support.
Okay, and again, can you just one more time say how you would say that that likelihood ratio in court to a jury?
Assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, this mixture DNA profile obtained is at least 3.7 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Paul Caneiro and 2 unknown unrelated contributors than if from 3 unknown unrelated contributors.
Looking at the deconvolution report, what is the estimated percentage of slot 2 where Paul Caneiro is reflected?
17%.
17%. Okay, and how about the RFU?
That is 844.
Okay. And finally, did you run a likelihood ratio or a comparison with both of them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to ask, I believe you have it in front of you, to look at S36.
Yes.
Can you explain, again, just why did you do this? Why did you run the 2 of them together?
To see if it was possible for them both to be there at the same time.
And was it?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that? Like, what in the report tells you that?
So if it wasn't possible, then you would get an exclusionary stat, or like the stat would be either 0 or not possible, negative. So because, and these are both, like Sophia is still in contributor 1 position, Paul is in contributor 2 position, and together their likelihood ratio is positive. It's the likelihood of them both being there is positive, and it's even more positive than individually.
So it's even higher than each individual likelihood
Yes.
ratio?
Yes.
Okay. Is this essentially conditioning?
No, this is just seeing if they're if it's possibly that they're both there. Conditioning is where, like, say if it were my jacket, I would condition upon me being here and kind of subtract me from the profile so that you can look at whoever's left.
Is there a statistic in here? In this
We
reflected?
don't report the statistic, but it is in the deconvolution report. But it's more of just it's a tool to show whether it's possible that they're both there.
Can you just tell us where and what page that's on, just so we can all see it?
So the statistic, the likelihood ratio that the software calculated are on pages 2 and 3.
Okay, and where is that?
It's that bottom number. So for Caucasian, it would be 3.57302 to the 42nd power.
Okay. Is that the most conservative
That
one?
is the most conservative.
Okay, but again, you don't report that one.
Don't report
You're
it, no.
reporting the ones that are even lower,
Yes.
essentially, for each of them. I'm gonna take those back from you.
All of them.
Yes, just not your report. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence S30 through S36.
So moved.
I'd like to look at sample E01c now. Is that essentially reflected on page 5 of your report in that second column where it ends with E01c1?
Yes.
Okay. And what sample are we looking at here?
This is the, from the genes, the area 1, exterior front right thigh, red-brown staining.
Previous sample that we just spoke about was from the genes interior thigh above knee, right?
Correct.
And this is also from the genes now.
Yes.
What was your estimated or assumed number of contributors here that's reflected in your report?
1.
Okay, and suitable for contributors for comparison?
All of them.
Just that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to visually exclude any of the other reference samples from that?
Everyone except for Sophia was visually excluded.
So essentially you ran, you had electrophorograms run in this particular case?
Yes.
Again, and it was those 3 that you discussed before?
Yes.
Showing counsel what's been marked as S37, 38, 39, 3 electrophorograms for E1c. Would Your Honor like copies?
I don't need it.
Oh.
Thank you.
Showing what's been marked as S37, S38, S38, are those the 3 electrophorograms run in this particular case?
Yes.
Which one was the one that was reported, if you could say it reflected by the number that's on there after S?
S37.
And how about the one that was run through StarMix with the stutter filters off?
S39.
Was the deconvolution report run in this particular case?
Yes.
Showing counsel what's been marked as S40, deconvolution report. Do you want to copies or?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S40. Is that the deconvolution report for this sample E01c?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and how many profiles were deconvoluted here?
1.
There was 1. Okay, and that's what's the percentage of contribution?
100%.
100%, because it's 1. And the template RFU?
And template RFU is 2,300.
Okay, and you indicated that you were able to visually exclude all of the other reference samples except Sophia Caneiro.
Yes.
And did you do that in the same way as you explained in the last sample?
We may not even have to do the decon. It's 1 contributor, so I would probably do that just visually against the EEG, the electrophoregram. Yeah.
Did you run a likelihood ratio report or comparison in this case?
Yes.
Showing counsel what's been marked as S41. Showing you what's been marked as S41. Is that the likelihood ratio report that came from the comparison?
Yes.
And what does that reflect?
This shows a statistic of 2.1 septillion, which is very strong support for inclusion.
Okay, and that's of Sophia Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, the state seeks to move into evidence S37, 38, 39, which are the electropharograms, S40, the deconvolution report, and S41, the likelihood ratio report for E01c.
Okay. So moved.
I'd like to turn to sample E02a. Do you see that?
E02a was not on this chart.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that was one of that's
The manual.
one side of one glove. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. E02b.
Correct. Yes, this
Okay,
is
the
our
star mix used for that.
Yes.
And is that reflected as the interior of one glove?
Yes.
Okay. Were electropharograms produced in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay, and was a deconvolution report run?
Yes.
What are the assumed number of contributors that you assigned here?
2.
2. And were they both suitable for comparison?
Yes.
Was anyone in this particular case able to be visually excluded?
Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S42, 43, and 44, the electropharograms for the sample, as well as S45, the deconvolution report for the sample. And Ms. Reed, I'm going to show you the same thing and ask you, what is S30? 45?
S45 is the deconvolution report.
S42?
Is the
There's just copies of those on there.
I see. So this is
S42?
so
You
this
have in
is
your hand.
this is
S40,
the report.
right?
S43 is the reported copy, and S42 is the load that wasn't reported.
And S44 is what?
The star mix.
And these again are 3 electropharograms in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And you have in front of you as well the deconvolution report, is that right?
Yes.
Can you explain to us on here what the deconvolution report, what was deconvoluted out in terms of contributors and percentage?
The 2 contributors were, contributor 1 contributed approximately 94%, and contributor 2 contributed approximately 6%.
Was anyone able to be visually excluded in this particular sample, from the sample?
Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith.
As a result, were likelihood ratio reports run, were comparisons made?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that to?
To Sophia and Paul.
Okay. I'm going to show counsel what's been marked as S46, 47, and 48, the likelihood ratio reports for this sample. I'm showing you S46, S47, and S48. I'm going to just go over them in one moment. S46, is that the likelihood ratio report where Sophia Caneiro was run?
Yes.
Okay, and again, this is the same hypothesis that you indicated before.
Yes.
What was the outcome of that in terms of summary of contributors?
So the summary of contributors placed Sophia in the contributor 1 percentage. Contributor 1 spot, sorry.
1 spot. Okay, and what was the percent? Estimated percent.
The estimated percent was 94%.
Okay, and the likelihood ratio?
Was 1 septillion, which is very strong support.
And that's for Sophia Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look at S47. Is that the likelihood ratio report for the run with Paul Caneiro?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and in terms of contributors, summary of contributors, what slot was he put in?
He was put into the second contributor spot.
What's the estimated percentage of contribution there?
6%.
And what is the likelihood ratio?
43,000, which is strong support for inclusion.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. Was there a third one where they run together?
Yes, they were run together, and the likelihood ratio was higher than either of the two run separately.
Okay, and that reflected what about the profile?
That they could both be in the mixture together.
And again, the rest of the reference samples were excluded visually?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take this back from the deconvolution report. So does this time the state would seek to move S42 through S48 into evidence?
Okay. Smooth.
I'd like to turn next to sample E03a. Does this reflect the exterior of another glove?
Yes.
So E03a, what was your assigned number of contributors there?
2.
Okay. Were any of the reference samples visually excluded?
Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith.
Okay. With regard to the 2 reference samples that could not be excluded, so Mr. Caneiro, or Paul Caneiro, and Sophia, what was done with those?
They were run through individually and then together, and Sophia had a statistic of 100 quadrillion, which is very strong support for inclusion, and Paul had 45 quadrillion, which is also very strong support for inclusion, and they could be in that profile together.
Try to do this quickly. I'm showing council what's been marked as S49, S50, and S51, and S52, and then S53, 54, and 55. These are the likelihood ratio reports. Okay, so I'm showing you I'll show you first S49. What is that?
This is the reported.
Electrophoregram?
Yes.
Okay.
Just wanted to check.
I'm going to give you all of them, S49, 50, and 51. You can tell us which one is reported.
The reported one is S50, and then S51 is the star mix, and S49 is the unreported load.
I'm going to show you the deconvolution report S52. Okay. How many profiles are deconvoluted out?
2.
Okay. And what is specifically indicated that on, well, let me ask you, what are the percentages for each one?
Contributor 1 was 59%, and contributor 2 was 41%.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S53. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The likelihood ratio report for Sophia.
Okay. And what was her percent contribution?
That was
In the mixture. I'm sorry, I should be contribution.
59%.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S54. What is that?
That is the likelihood ratio report for Paul.
Okay, and what was his reflected estimated percent of contribution on the deconvolution report?
41%.
41%, okay. And again, what was the likelihood ratio for Sophia Caneiro?
It was 100 quadrillion.
And And how about for Caneiro?
45 quadrillion.
Quadrillion. Okay.
Let me see the deconvolution report for E06b.
Okay.
Could I please see the deconvolution report for E06b? Or is that what you're going through right now?
We're on E3.
No.
I'm on E3, yes.
Sorry.
Sorry. And I'm sorry, I should have asked you, but did you also run these together?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the outcome of that?
Then they could be there together.
And that's reflected in your report?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to move S49 through S55 into evidence for sample 3A.
Objection.
In evidence.
Judge, can I have 1 moment to confirm?
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. I'd like to turn to to sample E03b. Okay, is that reflected in your report?
Yes.
Okay, and what are the assumed number of contributors for that sample?
2.
Okay, and again, I should ask you, is that sample the interior of a gun?
Yes.
And in terms of those 2 contributors that you assigned, are either of those suitable for comparison?
Yes. Both of them.
Now, in this particular case, was any of the reference samples, were any of those able to be visually excluded?
No.
They were not, okay. Showing counsel what's been marked as S56, 57, and 58, and 59. So the 3 lecture paragrams in the deconvolution report for this sample E03b. Okay, I'm going to show you the same as 56, 57, and 58. Okay, are those the lecture paragrams that were run in this particular case?
Yes.
And can you delineate which is which by number?
Sorry, 57 was the reported, and 58 was the star mix, and 56 was the unreported mode.
And what is S59?
S59 is the deconvolution report for the sample.
Okay. So under summary of contributors, essentially we see here, are there 2 contributors that's reflected?
Yes.
Okay, and can you delineate the mixture proportions there?
Contributor 1 was estimated to contribute 86%, and contributor 2 was 14%.
Okay. Now, because you could not visually exclude in this particular case any of the reference samples, what, if anything, did you do with those samples?
When we can't visually exclude, we have to run an LR, or likelihood ratio, to just establish the statistic, to give weight.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
So you ran a likelihood ratio report, a comparison for each of the 5 contributors here.
Yes.
And was a likelihood ratio report spit out or printed out from star mix for each of those?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S60, 61. S60 it looks like. 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65. These are the likelihood ratio reports. Do you want to? All right, I'm showing you S62 through, S60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65. Okay. All right, let's start with S60. Is that the likelihood ratio report for Sophia Caneiro for sample E03b?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that reflect?
She was placed in the contributor 1 position.
What is her percentage of that?
86%. and that is a statistic of 750 quintillion, or very strong support for inclusion.
How about S61? Is that the likelihood ratio report for Paul Caneiro?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what does that reflect?
He was placed in the contributor 2 position, which corresponds to 14% contribution, and he had a statistic of 400,000, which is strong support for inclusion.
Okay, and what is S62?
S62 is Sophia and Paul being run together.
And what does that reflect?
Sophia is placed in the contributor 1 position, Paul is placed in the contributor 2, and it is reflecting that it's possible for them to be there together.
Okay, what is S63?
S63 is Jennifer Canario's likelihood ratio report.
Okay, and what does that reflect?
It's reflecting support for exclusion from the profile.
Okay, so this is the first time we're seeing this now. It's actually reflecting that she is excluded or support for exclusion.
Correct.
Is there a likelihood ratio for that?
It's 480. And do you want me to read the
If you could,
the
just for-
verbiage just
For
one
this
time?
one, so we can hear what an exclusion sounds like.
So, assuming a mixture of 2 individuals, this mixture DNA profile is at least 480 times more likely if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated contributors than from Jennifer Canario and 1 unknown, unrelated contributor.
Can we look at S64?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the likelihood ratio for Jesse Canario.
Okay, and what does that reflect?
It reflects a 37,000 strong support for exclusion.
Okay, the likelihood ratio is 37,000.
Yes.
Okay, and S65?
X65 is Keith Canario likelihood ratio, and it is showing 630 moderate support for exclusion.
Yeah, thank you. Your Honor, this time the state would seek to move S56 through S65 into evidence.
In evidence. Okay, we're going to take our afternoon break. We'll start back up at 3:25.
Yeah, I'll go down. So I know. It's fine. Yeah, it doesn't have any notes or anything. Thank you. Yeah. Chris, you just have to shake it off to stay up. You're on Twinkie.
It's not you.
You're doing great.
You gotta go one by one. It is what it is.
Maybe I'll take a soda with full sugar in it.
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, some stuff. What happened?
After the validation.
One what happened. You just tell me what work you did on this case. Yeah, exactly.
I think this one has
What did you not install it?
no, I don't think so. It's installed already. It just doesn't have it.
Yeah.
You got some laptops, now we replace the laptops all the time. So.
I think so.
Take a break.
Our lines are probably maybe 4 cents. 309, 4.
with the electric diagram that I used.
But how about
That was highlighted. That's all I have.
Basically, everything I used was her.
So I've heard.
Soft. It's getting soft. It was the electric carbon. She highlighted it. No.
Yeah. Oh, I can.
You just had like.
Sorry, yeah. I'll work later.
Good.
Is it there?
SharePoint for the
Huh?
voluminous
It is there. It's there.
documents. So
I
you
know it was
can't
crazy.
Put
How
USB
you should
drives.
print it.
Oh, right there.
You just need to get a tone.
Anyone other
It's right there.
than you
I had
guys
it
who
delivered.
need access for it, that you can see through
You
these.
have a whole lot of signal out there.
Yeah, I didn't do this.
No, I think. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, whatever that is.
Something go away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for science journals and whatnot.
Yeah, I think he's putting it together. I've actually.
He's putting it together.
He's having a.
I got something on the drive yesterday, but he said the scholarly journal.
Was it like?
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah.
I said,
Yeah,
a bunch of them were,
If I can say that again.
yeah, and everything.
So I talked to Heather.
Sounds like a bunch
So you want to
Yeah,
rename
this is,
this?
yeah,
One
this is,
that's-
this is preferred license, so, not even,
Yeah, yeah.
that's
I mean,
court
it's not-
preferences,
it's not-
bureaucracy. Is that a Governor Murphy?
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
There's
Told me
almost-
right away.
I was covering the armor and I had to.
Yeah.
I don't know if you did use that stuff.
No big deal.
Know who needs to be on it.
It's my dream.
302, you still want?
Is that the hallway here?
Oh, yeah, that's what I call it.
Thank you.
We still talk to Ken Jalowski?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
You
it's
guys
here.
have been together?
No, she went to, we're around the same age. She went to Bro.
Oh, okay.
Similar friends.
All right, I remember you saying that. Yeah.
What was her maiden name?
Jalowski. I know her as Kim Jalowski. We went to Queens together. We had to get. She's wonderful.
Yeah. She did her also back in high school.
Who?
To Kevin Walnut.
Oh, Roxanne.
Right.
She's still here.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh,
Passed away. She's
She's
still
nice.
here.
Oh, I don't know that.
But at that time when I started, they just like, what not? And she was, Kim was actually being Harvard all the time.
Okay.
For years she did it.
That she.
Yeah.
She married him or she married him?
No, she married another guy.
I don't think they'll be like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. But you know, she told me that she gave us one of He's married, all right? Do you have somebody else in his life? Oh, wow.
He was part of Township. He did go to Township.
Yeah.
He went
Hopefully, yeah.
Just a little.
So go back
No,
down.
that's not true.
Do you know the other years? I had some.
You don't realize until you look back.
That'd be great, we just have to speak in a central repository.
Absolutely, yeah, no, that was the idea.
Yeah, right.
And I may, what I may end up doing, not exactly yet, but
Prior to this, I worked for
Massacre,
call centers, golf network, hotels.
Doing IT stuff.
it's like Stacy's independent one, we added 2,000.
Yes, yeah, as long as we're not changing the previous nomenclature, just adding on at the end.
Exactly, the idea would be that the numbers will all match, which is all good stuff.
Right, just give it a lead digit. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I got it.
Like, I want to do one.
You did. You would be like gone for like 2 years. Yeah, well, you know what you could be. Oh, okay. I thought you- Oh, no, I didn't know if you were going to tell me something. Well, I should say, you don't know the future right there, but my goal is to well, that's different. If the rules or something, that's different, yeah. Well, that's a whole, yeah, that's a whole different place. That's a whole different place. Yeah.
His thing, plus his wife's
I'll take yours.
Mine's a little bit more.
Yeah.
She'll have her time. She retires soon.
She's a teacher, right?
She's a couple of pages.
Yeah, you think they're paid for it.
She can fall into the temple. So she's like a middle town. 12 months later. She consults.
That's nice.
So she's trying to get all of her stuff transferred.
We have 2 kids.
One's a township, and then ours can be small. Coverage is real One is going through 3 kids in hell at the same time. Yeah, that's why I'm not retired.
I got one that's rough. It's no joke. I can do it.
Why is there supplemental? Or for like, you know what?
I'm a little bit more now.
We cover that.
It'll help.
After September.
My daughter's in the city.
Short hour.
Like, she doesn't know this stuff. It's like trying to education. It's like the size of a cell. I mean, it's crazy. But you know what?
I'm not one of
Just
the my wife went to college.
That's a good idea.
The shops.
Just to get the feel if you like something.
No problem with
Oh, I'm sure they could. It's nice to have
signs, buildings, or something.
yeah.
Almost about
The front one.
What should we take again? Standard. I did a test. Just, you know, can be perfect for
Oh, yeah.
big actor. That is smart.
Like he got upset one day. In October when me and my mom
Well, that's
got
good.
together.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I offered to do it. Just like he was like, "Oh, that's God, he was sit in with me." Kills me. I said, "No, for education." I was sure. I was like, "I can pay for make out."
Right.
Yeah, no, it was designed to cut today. I thought about being because of what I leave. Yeah. I was hoping that that's the trick, but I lost me.
My 1 year anniversary. I don't know. So he's my friend he's the new judge. I'm on my way out, man. I mean, he says I should join the Department of Efficiency with the debate. That's my options open, but it's crazy. That's a place of timeline. Time is not.
You got that right. You got that right.
I just can't believe I wiped out like that. Honestly. Such a fuck.
Two hours.
You know some of those things that you're up right here
Yeah.
on the ground and you're like, that's going to do it.
I'm done. You just kept on.
Yeah, I'm lucky that, did you see that part of my wrist is where I landed? My wrist. You know, I was preparing for my first direct examination. Someone was holding my hand and teaching me how to do it. And my client got stabbed a lot in jail. Like super stabbed. And now that hearing is adjourned indefinitely. And we feel bad for the client, obviously. It was a professor too. It was gonna be really easy. Like it was like a PowerPoint she gave, and I was just gonna be like, "What did he say?" What's on slide 2? Yeah, but I was so terrified about the idea of doing it that I was like, "This is so much less predictable. It goes on forever." Yeah. But it's also like you have to be willing to live in a higher state of tension for so long. Like when you're teaching where it sucks, those 3 hours like suck, but you're done. Yeah, I get it. You walk, you're done. So every child I've ever talked to says the palate sounds like a nightmare. So we're all doing what we are meant to do. Yeah. I guess also like people are much less predictable than judges. Like what's going to happen on the stand feels like. Yeah. I mean, I used to be very good talking to prosecutors, and here we are. I can do anything. That's the problem with this movie. Because judges sometimes feel really awesome. You can't do anything with that. I mean, mom, I was able to start transportation accessible. Otherwise, I would be drinking everywhere. We can all do this around, but you can't get everywhere. The lack of public transportation makes drinking hard to impossible, depending on how moving. When I go to track, I tried to find out if I could bring beer to headquarters. Are people
What if she doesn't find out that you are?
Yeah.
I don't know, that's why you don't share with anyone else.
You know, like, can you tell us? Can you come to us? And you're just like, that's not mentioned. And then we decided to in my head too. It was like,
Wait, how do you hear it? How do you hear it?
he was cool. He like was very reverent.
Because I wanted to bring your action for press one. You just know that we did your guidance, interview process together. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Like, these things are going to be two shoes.
He did say many times.
But you're not hired yet.
Not yet. So you don't touch it.
That's nice. What about follow Andre? It's like seven.
Whatever.
Hypothetically.
Everyone has SBC.
And it's nice thing shocking, which is that appellate nerds don't do that. You know? But we're not an appellate anymore.
You're in the circus now.
I'm in the circus now. I have one clown.
It's me. That's clown. Just one clown.
She's not a clown. She's really majestic.
Well, now I am offended
What's the
about what
most
you just told me.
majestic
Wait a
animal?
minute. No.
That's why. I was thinking I was happy.
I'm sorry.
You think she has clowniness within herself? Maybe she'll turn us down.
Seats are probably more.
You can take the girl out of the pellet, but you can't take your pellet out of the girl.
To be clear, when I hit this in the camera. Essentially, I told you one more time.
82%. Is that good enough?
You guys want to put this one here? I want to put a table here.
Dirty business. It was great.
That's excellent. I think lots of reasons.
Fairly good. And you see like the top of your head, I see like the forehead.
I think tonight.
Nice man.
I think we're so.
All rise to report the back question. The Honorable Judge Mark Lee presiding.
Please continue. Continue on with direct examination. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Reed, I'd like to turn to sample E4a. Specifically, is that the exterior of another glove?
Yes, it is.
Okay, were electrophorograms run for this particular sample?
Yes, they were.
How about a deconvolution report?
Yes.
We're showing council what's been marked as S66, 67, and 68, which are the electrophorograms, and S69, which is the deconvolution report. Okay, I'm going to show you S66 through S68. What are those?
S68 is the reported. No, I'm sorry. That's not correct. S67 is the reported. These are. Hold on. S67 is the reported. S68 is the star mix. And S66 is the unreported load.
And again, this is for sample E4a1.
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as S69. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the deconvolution report for sample E4a.
All right, turning to your chart on your report under E4a1, what was the assumed number of contributors that you assigned?
2.
And which of those, if any, were suitable?
All of them.
Okay, and were any visually excluded?
Yes, Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith.
When that deconvolution report was run, how many files were deconvoluted out?
There were 2. Contributor 1 was 97%, and contributor 2 was 3%.
Now, was a likelihood ratio report run in this particular case?
Yes.
For the two contributors that you could not visually exclude?
Yes, Sophia and Paul.
I'm showing counsel S70 and S71, so the likelihood ratio reports. Actually, S70 should be S72 as well. Okay, showing you what's been marked as S70. What is that?
This is the likelihood ratio report for Sophia for E4a.
What's S71?
Likelihood ratio for Paul for E4a.
And S72.
And that is the likelihood ratio report with both of them.
Okay, the likelihood ratio report for the comparison that was run with Sophia. What does that reflect?
She was placed in the contributor 1 spot, which is 97%, and it has a likelihood ratio of 986 trillion, which is very strong support for inclusion.
Okay, and how about with respect to S71? That's the likelihood ratio report with the comparison run for Paul Caneiro?
Yes, it is. He was placed in the contributor 2 position, and it is a statistic of 200 million, which is very strong support for inclusion.
Okay, and what percentage contribution was he?
3%.
3%, okay. And what's the RFU there, the estimated RFU?
For Paul is 200, for contributor 2 is 216, and for contributor 1 is 6,519.
Now, finally, were Sophia and Paul run together?
Yes.
Okay, and is that reflected in S72?
Yes.
Is that the likelihood ratio report for them run together?
Yes.
And what does that reflect?
It reflects that they can be there together. My glasses are very dirty and I can barely see. Thank you so much.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to move S66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72 into evidence.
Objection. Good evidence.
So that was E04A. E04B, the interior of the glove. There was no star mix done on there, is that right?
Yes, that sample stopped at quantification. There was no DNA detected.
I'd like you to turn to E05A, please.
Yes.
Okay. With regard to that sample, is that an exterior of another glove?
Yes, it is.
Exterior, okay. And what is the assumed number of contributors that you assigned?
3.
Okay, and how about the ones that are suitable for comparison?
Only contributor 1 was suitable for comparison.
Okay, and do you know why that was?
There's 2 limited data for the other 2 contributors.
Okay. Were any of the reference profiles visually excluded after the deconvolution report was run?
Everyone was excluded except for Sophia.
Except for Sophia. I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S73, 74, and 75 extra paragraphs. And then S76 is the deconvolution report, and S77 likelihood ratio report. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S73, 74, and 75. Are these electrophorograms with regard to this particular sample?
Yes, they are.
Can you state which was the reported one and which was the star mix run?
74 was the reported, 75 is the star mix, and 73 is the unreported load.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S76 and S77. Let's look at S76 first. What is that?
That is the deconvolution report for sample E05A.
Okay. And can you explain the profile that was deconvoluted out there?
There were 3 profiles deconvoluted out, but only contributor 1 was deemed suitable for comparisons, and contributor 1 contributed approximately 94% of the profile.
Okay. Was a comparison made with regard to the one reference sample that could not be visually excluded?
Yes.
And again, that was Sophia Sofia Caneiro?
Correct.
Okay, and is that reflected in S77?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that likelihood ratio report reflect?
It reflects that she was placed in the contributor 1 position, and that the likelihood ratio is 726 tillion, which is very strong support for inclusion.
And at the time, the state seeks to move S73, 74, 75, and 76 into evidence.
Objection.
I'm sorry, and 77, which is the likelihood ratio report.
In evidence.
So we just looked at E05A, which was the exterior of a glove. E05B, was that the interior of a glove? That
Yes.
same glove? Okay, and no star mix was used for that, is that right?
Correct.
So let's move on to E06A. Is that the exterior of a glove?
Yes.
And is that reflected in your chart?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at E06A1. What are the assumed number of contributors there that you assigned?
2.
Okay, and how about the ones that were suitable for comparison?
Both of them were.
Okay. And were any of the reference samples visually excluded?
Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith were excluded.
Okay, with regard to the 2 that were not excluded, Sophia and Paul Caneiro, what did you do with those?
We ran a likelihood ratio based on the deconvolution, and we got a a stat of 876 tillion for Sophia, which is
The deconvolution report, S81, and then the likelihood ratio report, which is S82, S83, and S84. All right, we're going to start with these together, S78, 79, and S80. Are these 3 electrophorograms that relate to this particular sample, E06A1?
yes.
Okay. Which is the reported?
79 is the reported, 80 is the star mix, and 78 is the unreported load.
Okay. I'm showing you S82. What is that?
That is the LR from.
Sorry, I showed the wrong thing. I'm showing you what's marked as S81. That's that one here.
Is
What is
the
that?
deconvolution report
Okay.
for E06A.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as S82, 83, and 84. Generally speaking, what are those?
Those are the likelihood ratio reports for Paul, Sophia, and then together. And there is support for them being there together.
Okay. So with respect to S82, the likelihood ratio report, is that for Sophia?
Yes, that is for Sophia.
Okay. What slot was she placed into on the deconvolution?
Contributor 1,
And what was the percentage of contribution there?
that was 95%.
Okay. And how about the likelihood ratio for her? What was that?
That was 876 tillion.
And that's supporting inclusion?
Very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. And how about S83, the likelihood ratio report with regard to Paul Caneiro's comparison?
He was placed in contributor 2 spot, which is approximately 5%, and the statistic was 21,000, which is strong support for inclusion.
Okay. And S84, is that the likelihood ratio report of the 2 of them run together?
Yes.
And what was the outcome of that?
That it is possible that they are together.
This time the state seeks to move S78, 79, 80, 81, 82, and 83, and 84 into evidence.
In evidence.
I'd like to turn your attention to sample E06B. Is that essentially labeled as the interior of that glove?
Yes.
And the exterior of that glove, just to clarify, was E06A that we just discussed.
Correct.
Okay, for E06B, what was your assigned number of contributors?
2.
Okay, and how about suitable for comparison?
Both of them were.
Were any of the reference samples able to be visually excluded?
Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith were all visually excluded.
For the two that could not be visually excluded, so for Sophia Caneiro and Paul Caneiro, did you run like comparisons for that?
Yes, I did.
And do those comparisons produce likelihood ratio reports?
Yes, I did.
Showing counsel what's been marked as S85, 86, and 87. Electrophorograms, S88, which is a deconvolution. And then S89, 90, 91, which are the likelihood ratio reports. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S85, 86, and 87. Are those the three electrophorograms that relate to this sample?
Yes.
Which was the reported?
S86 was the reported, S87 was the star mix, and S85 was the non-reported load.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S88. What is that?
That is the deconvolution report for E6b.
And then I'm showing you what's been marked as S89, S90, and S91. Are these essentially the three likelihood ratio reports with regard to the sample for comparisons?
Yes, it is.
With regard to that deconvolution report, so S88, what profiles or what, I should say, what what samples were deconvoluted out there?
Contributor 1 was estimated to be 58%, and contributor 2 was estimated to be 42%.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at S89.
Okay.
And is that a likelihood ratio report with regard to reference sample Paul Caneiro?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what slot was he placed into?
Contributor 1.
And again, it's 58% of that mixture?
Correct.
Okay, and was there a likelihood ratio for him?
Yes, it was 49 billion, which is very strong support for inclusion.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look at S90. Is that a likelihood ratio report for the comparisons for Sophia Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay, and what slot was she placed into?
Contributor 2.
And what was her percentage of estimated contribution?
42%.
And what is the likelihood ratio for her?
19 quadrillion, which is very strong support for inclusion.
Okay, and finally S91. Is that the likelihood ratio report running both Sophia and Paul Caneiro together?
Yes.
And what is the outcome of that?
It is possible for them to be there together.
Please move S85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, and 91 into evidence.
Okay. No evidence.
Let's turn to E07A. Right. That's a bigger one, fair to say, more documents. S7A, is that the exterior of a glove?
Yes, it is.
With regard to your assigned number or assumed number of contributors, what was that?
2.
Okay, and how about the ones that were suitable for comparison?
Both of them were.
Okay. Could any of the reference samples be visually excluded in this particular case?
No.
Okay, and so what did you do?
So I ran likelihood ratios for each of them.
Showing counsel what's been marked as S92, 93, and 94, and 95. Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S92, 3, and 4. Generally speaking, are those the electrophorograms with regard to sample E07A?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could just state which one was the reported one?
The reported one is 93.
Okay, which one was the one marked as star mix with the filters off?
94.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S95. Do you recognize that?
That is the deconvolution report for E07A.
How many profiles were deconvoluted here?
2.
2, okay. And what was the percentages of each?
Contributor 1 was 62%, and contributor 2 was 38%.
Now you indicated that because you could not exclude any of the reference samples that you ran them all through star mix for comparison?
Correct.
And likelihood ratio reports were generated for
yes.
all of them? you also run Cole and Sophia together?
I also ran all of the combinations, all of them together.
It's a big pile here, but this is basically all of the showman counsel. I think so, yeah. It's basically S96 through S110. Showing you S96 through S110.
Okay.
We're going to go just one by one. Okay. Let's look at S96. What is that?
S96 is the likelihood ratio report for Sophia.
Okay, and which contributor spot is she placed into?
She's placed in contributor 1 spot, which was 62%.
Okay, and what is the likelihood ratio there?
That is 48 billion, which is very strong support for inclusion.
Let's turn to S79.
97.
I'm sorry, 97, yes. S97, what are we looking at here?
That is the likelihood ratio report for Paul.
Okay, and what slot was he placed into?
He was placed into both, depending on the ethnicity group that was looked at.
Okay. And what was the likelihood ratio there?
The most conservative one was 1.9 thousand, which is moderate support for inclusion.
That's the one that was reported?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at S98.
Okay.
Is that the likelihood ratio report when you run Sophia and Paul Caneiro together?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the outcome of that?
That they could be there together.
Okay, and what slots were they placed in?
Sophia was placed in contributor 1 and Paul was placed in contributor 2.
Okay. Let's look at S99. Is that the likelihood ratio report that was run for Keith Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay. And what slot was he placed into?
He was placed in contributor 2.
Okay. And what is the likelihood ratio there?
9,000, which is moderate support for inclusion.
For that contributor 2 spot?
Yes.
Can we look at S100?
Yes.
Is that the likelihood ratio report for Jesse Caneiro?
Yes, it is.
And what slot was he placed into?
Number 2.
Okay, and what was the likelihood ratio?
85, which is limited support for inclusion.
Can we look at S101?
Yes.
Is that the likelihood ratio report for Jennifer Caneiro?
Yes, it is.
And what slot was she placed into?
Contributor 2.
Okay, and what was the likelihood ratio for that?
That was 2.6 thousand, which is moderate support for inclusion.
Okay. Now, when we get to S102 and beyond, did you essentially run multiple likelihood ratio reports or comparisons with the different reference samples together there?
Yes.
Okay, and why did you do that?
To see if it was possible for any of the combinations to be there together.
And was it?
No, it was only for Paul and Sophia. It was the only one that was possible.
Okay. So we have S102. Can you just identify what that is?
That's Keith and Jesse being there together.
Okay, and S103?
S103 is Jesse and Paul.
S104?
Is Jennifer and Sophia.
S105?
Is Jennifer and Keith.
S107?
Keith and Paul.
S108?
Wait, I'm so sorry. Wait. I may have gotten off number.
Okay, let's move back to
Sorry.
S107.
What was the last one we did?
You had indicated, I asked what S107 was.
107 is Jennifer and Jesse.
Okay, S108?
Is Jennifer and Paul.
Okay, and what's S109?
Jesse and Sophia.
And S110?
Is Keith and Sophia.
Okay, can you explain to us how you're coming to the conclusion that none of them are there together except for Sophia and Paul?
So within the report, there will be certain, if you look at the report, the likelihood ratio will be reported as a 0. Basically meaning there's some combination of their genotypes that doesn't allow them to be there together.
And was the likelihood ratio 0 for each of those, 0 or below?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, no objection.
In evidence.
Just three more, Ms. Reed, right?
Yes.
I'd like you to turn to sample E09. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, now E09, was that essentially a swab?
Yes, it was.
Okay. With regard to E09A1, what was the assumed number of contributors that you assigned?
1.
Okay, and was it suitable for comparison?
Yes, it was.
Okay, were any of the reference samples visually excluded?
All of them were excluded except for Jesse Caneiro.
Showing counsel S111 through S112 and S113, as well as S114 and S115. I'm going to show you first S111, 12, and 113. Are those essentially the electropharograms for this case?
Yes.
Can you explain which one was the reported?
S112 is the reported, 113 is the star mix, and 111 is the non-reported.
Okay. I'm going to show you S114. What is that?
The deconvolution report for E09.
How about S115? What is that?
This is the likelihood ratio report for Jesse Caneiro.
Okay, so Jesse Caneiro could not be visually excluded. Is that right?
Correct.
And so you ran a comparison.
Yes.
And what does the likelihood ratio report indicate or reflect?
34 quintillion, which is very strong support for inclusion.
Okay, and I should ask, I guess, so there's only one contributor spot on there for the deconvolution report, right?
Correct.
And that would be Jesse at 100%?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what was the likelihood ratio report for him?
It was 34 quintillion.
Okay. In support of what?
Inclusion.
Inclusion, okay. Judge, at this time, the state would seek to move S111 through 115 into evidence.
No objection.
In evidence.
Okay, turning to sample E10. Is that another swab?
Yes, it is.
Okay. With respect to E10, what was your assigned number of contributors?
2.
Okay, and which were suitable for comparison?
Both of them were.
Were any of the reference samples able to be visually excluded?
Jennifer, Keith, and Paul were excluded.
Okay, so Jesse and Sophia were not excluded?
Correct.
Okay, and did you run the reference samples through to make a comparison?
Yes, I did.
Showing counsel, it's been marked as S116, 17, and 18, 119, 120, and 121, and 122. I'm going to show you S116, 117, and 118. Are those essentially the electropharograms in this particular sample, E10A?
Yes.
Okay, and which is the reported?
Reported is E117, the star mix is 118, and the unreported is 116.
Okay, I'm showing you it's been marked as S119. You recognize that?
That is the deconvolution report for E10.
Okay. S120, what is that?
That is likelihood ratio for report for Jesse.
How about S121?
The likelihood ratio for Sophia.
And how about S122?
The likelihood ratio for Jesse and Sophia being there together.
With regard to S119, the deconvolution report, what were the contributor percentages that were deconvoluted out there?
Contributor 1 was estimated to be 73%, and contributor 2 was 27%.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at S120, the likelihood ratio report for Jesse's comparison.
Yes.
Okay. What slot was he placed into?
Contributor 1.
Contributor 1, okay. And what was the likelihood ratio there?
That was 71 septillion, which is very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at S121, the likelihood ratio report for Sophia. What slot was she placed into?
Contributor 2.
Okay, and what was the likelihood ratio there?
45 septillion, which is very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. And how about S122?
That was them together, and it was possible for them to be there together.
This time the state seeks to move into evidence S116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, and 122.
Objection.
In evidence.
Okay, in the 13th sample, Ms. Reed, I'd like you to turn to what would be E11A1.
Yes.
Okay, was that also a swap?
Yes, it was.
What was the assigned number of contributors there?
2,
Okay, and how about the ones that were suitable for comparison?
contributor 1.
Okay, were any of the reference samples visually excluded from the deconvolution?
Jesse, Jennifer, Keith, and Paul.
And so with respect to Sophia Caneiro's reference sample, did you run a comparison for her?
Yes, I did.
Showing you, show council first, I'm sorry, what's been marked as S123, 24, and 25, and then S126, and S127. Ms. Reed, I'm going to show you S124, 25, I lost the last one, and I'm sorry, 123, 24, and 25. Are these essentially the three electrophorograms for the sample?
Yes.
And which is the reported one?
The reported one is 124, star mix is 125, and the non-reported is 123.
Okay, and I'm showing you S126, what's that?
That is the deconvolution report for E11.
And what is S127?
The likelihood ratio report for Sophia for E11.
With respect to S126, the deconvolution report, was there essentially just the one profile that was deconvoluted there?
Only they were deconvoluted, but only contributor 1 was suitable, and that one was contributing 99%.
Okay, and the other was how much percent?
1%.
1%. With regard to S127, the likelihood ratio report that was run for Sophia Caneiro,
she was placed in contributor 1 position, and with a statistic of 990 sextillion, which is very strong support for inclusion.
and that was again for 99% was her percent contribution.
Correct.
This time the state seeks to move S123, 124, 125, 126, and 127 into evidence.
In evidence.
Ms. Reed, you have the allele chart for each of the reference samples attached to your report, is that right?
Yes.
And I believe that's on the last page, is that page 9?
Yes.
During the course of your examination of this case, did you determine whether any of these reference samples had any mutations?
Yes.
Who was that?
Sophia appeared to have a mutation at BWA, which is the second location listed.
Okay. And when you talk about a mutation, what does that mean?
Basically, when your cells are dividing and when you're becoming an embryo, at the very beginning, something happens and there's a slippage from one of the alleles that you inherit from your parent. So one of these, so her parents have they both have 14 and 18. So she could have inherited, she more than likely inherited the 18, oh, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. She inherited the 18 from one of them, and then the 17 that she inherited, it's actually just a mutation of the 18 from the other one.
When you received these reference samples, were you aware of any familial relationships between them?
Only because of their names.
Okay. So is it fair to say you weren't sure if it was first degree, second degree, et cetera?
You know, I'd have to think if it was listed in the case submission information whether they were related, but usually we don't look at that automatically, but when we have a name that's the same, we kind of look and say, hey, are they related?
Okay. What's the difference between, for example, a first degree and a second degree relation?
So a first degree is your parent-child relationship, and then like full siblings are considered to be first degree relatives, and then anything past that is a second degree, and then so it's like an uncle or a stepbrother or a half brother or like an aunt, uncle, that kind of grandparent.
Did you have any concerns in any of these samples with regard to the fact that you did have related contributors?
We definitely evaluated it for it when we saw that the names were the same, and our SOP requires us to look in to see if there is any conflict, or if we look at the profile, if there's any like weird allele sharing that makes the profile not look right, and there wasn't in this case.
Now, there's a standard operating procedure that speaks to comparisons with regard to first degree relatives. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So for the sample I believe it was E10, where you had Jesse and Sophia together. Did you have any concerns there?
When I looked at the profile, the peak height ratios and everything were lined up with that what we would expect to have some sharing. But then you have that mutation, which helps because you can see that she is clearly different, and there are, even though siblings are first degree relatives, they can share anywhere between nothing and all of it. I mean, we haven't seen, I don't think if there's any case of seeing nothing, and other than identical twins, there hasn't been anyone there that we found that shares 100%.
Now, with respect to the samples where you were able to make a visual exclusion of certain family members and not of others, does that, I guess I should say, how did that affect your analysis of this case?
It gave me more confidence that I was right in assuming that the first degree relationship wasn't an issue.
Does anyone have one moment? Maybe nothing further.
I'm just going to ask for you to step down. For me, you can't discuss this case. We have to be back here tomorrow right at 9 o'clock. We'll start right at 9 o'clock. And you'll be back under oath. You just can't speak to the prosecutor or any of the parties in the case. Okay? All right, thank you. Talk just so for my own edification, because like I said, this is some of this is newer to me. The pair of genes that we talked about in that first sample, where was that located?
Physically, the genes, Judge, were found in the defendant's house in the basement with the gloves.
You said the gloves, so sample 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, everything that was testified to, those gloves were found in the defendant's basement?
Yes, Judge. They were in the same pile as the jeans.
about this knife? Where was that located?
The knife was located, it was not tested, but that was located in a backpack that was in, I believe it was a car that the defendant's wife drove regularly in a backpack. We got a search warrant for the car and in the backpack as well.
In the defendant's wife's car?
Car, yes, the same car that they drove to the police department the morning of the fire at their house.
Okay. What about sample 9, the reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island?
That was taken from the scene in Colt's Neck. So the jeans and the gloves were found in the defendant's house in his basement in Ocean Township. The 3 swabs, 9, 10, and 11, were taken from the kitchen in the Colt's Neck house where the victims resided, specifically the kitchen where Jesse Caneiro was found deceased.
Okay, so tomorrow morning we'll start with the cross, and then we will continue on with one other witness. The one thing that I want to just point out to you is that Friday we'll probably stop at 4, just to give you a heads up. So if we don't finish, we'll just continue on with Dr. Buckleton, on Monday. We're not done by 4 o'clock, okay?
Thank you.
All right, no problem. All right, everybody have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
And Sheriff's, sorry.
I apologize, I'm still on record.
You want to go off?
No, I would like to stay on the record.
All right, go ahead.
I understand that this court issued a deadline for a brief with respect to the underlying data issue for 4 p.m. this Friday.
Yep.
Given the fact that this court has already said at one point earlier today that we don't have a jury, this court doesn't necessarily make that decision as quickly as it might if we were trying to figure out whether we were going to present something to a jury or not. I would ask that the brief deadline be extended to sometime early next week just to give me the opportunity to work on it.
Okay. You can have it to me by 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning on the 19th.
Thank you.
Both sides, 9 o'clock. Does anybody have anything else they need to put on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's be ready tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Dave?
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant County Prosecutor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Cameron, Paul Caneiro.
Good morning, Your Honor. Victoria Howard, also on behalf of Mr. Caneiro.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Godin on behalf of Mr. Caneiro, who is present in court to my left.
Tomorrow letter, also on behalf of Mr. Caneiro.
Good morning, everyone. All right, so we finished the day yesterday with an issue that was presented by the defense in relation to certain discovery, and also not just the discovery. Your witness is not correct? No, that's fine. I want to make sure she's not.
No, Judge.
Okay. So, from Bodie Technology and a certain letter that was dated April 26, 2024, that's been marked as S20 for identification. There was an objection to the letter based on some discovery that was not allegedly not turned over in a format so that the defense was able to see it immediately. They had to request for it to be put into a different format. I asked the state to go back to take a look at when this discovery was turned over, the issue that came up with it, and I'd like to get some information on that first. Mr. Decker, go ahead.
Good morning, Judge. So with respect to that April 26, 24 memo that was sent to me, specifically to Ms. Ross, so prior to that, I would note for the record that on March 26, 2024, we forwarded to the state police the defense request for the New Jersey State Police data. So that's that. There was some negotiation, not negotiation, but there was some discussions regarding protective order that was required. Defense signed that, their experts signed it, and the agreements to be found, and ultimately that was turned over on May 3rd, 2024. That's the New Jersey State Police data. I gave that to Mr. Whitney in person on Friday, May 3rd. Just to go back, that's to April 26th. That's when that memo was sent to the defense. May 8th, Mr. Godin sent a letter seeking the underlying Bodie data. I'm summarizing that. The letter, he could have asked for other things as well, but it was seeking the underlying data from the Bodie validation, as well as also it was part of the letter was communications or emails between state police and ESR, which were ultimately provided as well. So on May 14th, Ms. Norton sent a folder containing instrument data, printed data, and star mix report, along with sample preparation bench notes for each of the 3 samples that were discussed in that memo. So that was on May 14th. On May 22nd,
The April, when you say memo, you mean the April 26, 2024 letter?
yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So that letter, again, April 26th. Then on May 8th was Mr. Godin seeking underlying data.
Right.
On the 14th, Ms. Norton sent to us discovery relating to specifics of the memo. And then on May 22nd, 2024, Bodie provided to me, which was provided to the defense, a link to their FTP site with the login and the password.
That date is what?
That was May 22nd, 2024. On June 4th, as I indicated from looking back, I believe Mr. Godin and I and others spoke in court, and Mr. Godin indicated a reference to seeking it in a different format. Okay, so I said to Mr. Godin, I said, "Can you just send me an email clarifying exactly what you need or what you're looking for, and I'll forward it to Bodie." So on June 5th, I received an email from Mr. Godin. I believe everybody was CC'd on that. And he put that specific request in writing as I'd asked him to. That email, I believe that same day, I have to check that. I'm pretty sure that same day I forwarded that email to Bodie and said, here's what the defense is seeking clarification on the request. There was some communication between myself and Bodie. They said they were looking into it. Need a little more time. And then ultimately on June 19th, which would have been 15 days after I sent the request from the defense, Bodie advised that it was on their FTP site, which was the same site that was used for the underlying data initially. On June 20th, the next day, I emailed Mr. Godin and others and provided that same link with the login and the password. So at that point in time, I'm sure shortly thereafter they downloaded that. I would also note that on June 25th, 2024, 5 days later, we were before Judge Oxley with respect to the status conference, and I believe the chambers, and I'm not sure if it was actually then put on the record or not, but that's when we were advised that Mr. Inman, Keith Inman, the defense expert, had been retained, or that's who was going to be involved in that part of the process. There may have been others. I know there was reference to Dr. Rabinowitz, but that's when we were advised of Mr. Inman, June 25th.
So that I understand, the original Bodie analysis that's done, when is that turned over?
Their initial casework?
All of their work in the beginning. Was that 2022?
If I could have 1 moment, Judge, I'm really good. The Bodie report, which I'm not sure it's been identified yet, it will be identified in this report. That was dated November 19th, 2021.
So November 19th, 2021, the state turns over the Bodie report. Any documents with the Bodie report?
So Judge, that's the date of the report. We would have received it shortly thereafter. We would have turned it over in discovery, and I believe there was a request to ensure that the defense had the entirety of the Bodie case file, but that would have been turned over shortly thereafter. I don't have that date in front of me.
So the reason why the reason why I'm asking that is that because the April 26, 2024 letter, is this relating to information that was turned over in 2021 or 2022?
No, Judge. So what was turned over was the entirety of the Bodie case file. We requested it as we would in any case. I'm not even sure if it was based on a request. It was probably in the normal course where we requested the entirety of their case file. That data that's being referred to in that memo would be part of their underlying data, which had never been requested, nor had until, I think, February of 2024, the state police underlying data. So that's not something that they provided to us in the normal course. That's the underlying data from their validation. It's not underlying data or reports from their casework in the state versus Caneiro. Does that make sense?
So the data and the underlying validation is requested, Mr. Wicke, I'm going to ask you right now, is requested as a result of Judge Oxley deciding in May of 2022 that he will conduct a Daubert hearing on this case?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And I understand the source codes and the time that went into that. At the time that you request on behalf of your client a Daubert hearing, did you have experts in place? You don't have to tell me who they are. That's not my issue. I'm just asking you the simple question.
For the data, Your Honor, or for the rest of the case?
Well, if you're saying that you're asking for a Daubert hearing, you're talking about the scientific reliability, as you know, because you wrote the brief. So I'm asking you when it was learned, or when did you get an expert knowing that you were going to be arguing that there is an issue with this StarMix software?
So should I stand?
Yes.
Sorry, Your Honor. So we, on April 26th, when we got the Bodie memo, that was when the issue, the underlying data for Bodie became apparent to us, because we had been relying on the summary that was apparently incomplete. So that is when I started looking for an expert, which was not an easy task. And then we moved to exclude the New Jersey State Police information originally in late February because of what we believe was silly disclosure. Once that was denied at the end of February, it was early March where I asked for the underlying data because the validation summary was so conclusory, and started looking for an expert. And I was looking for 2 different experts because it was a lot of work to do the data.
So, the defense is asking for a Daubert hearing in 2022, but it's not until 2024 that we're looking for an expert. Is that, am I correct in what I'm saying?
Well, we had a DNA expert immediately and a software engineering expert.
Okay.
We started looking for a different kind of expert, statistician, criminalist, to look at the underlying data once it became clear to us that the validation summary didn't contain all of the data necessary to assess the validation study. We had assumed that the Bodie package was a complete package as demonstrated in the summary, but then this new data just arrived, and I said, well, then I need all of it. And if I need all of it, I need someone to analyze it, because I can't. Okay.
Just also one thing, Your Honor, I want to point out is that our argument, at least from 2022 until earlier this year, was that any samples that at or near the 25 picogram lower limit or the 5% minor contributor lower limit should not be given to the jury. That's the premise of our as-applied challenge. They're going outside the bounds of their internal validation study. We did not think that we were going to need to look at the underlying data because we were taking Bodie at their word that they validated it down to 5% and 25 picograms. It wasn't until late April of this year when we got the memo that was then claiming actually we have validated it to lower than 5% and less than 25 picograms that we then said, fine, if you're going to cherry pick 3 data points from your internal validation study, you got to give us the rest. That's fundamentally, that's the problem here, is that the state went and tried to pull this data in March of this year to try to argue against our position that their internal validation study only warrants giving a jury samples that are larger than 25 picograms or with a minor contributor that is at least 5%. That's why we didn't ask for this data 2 years ago. It didn't become a relevant question until the state, for the first time in 2 years, earlier this year, started arguing that actually they validated Starbucks for samples beneath those thresholds.
Mr. Decker, give me a chance to respond to that, what you just heard.
Yeah, I think I've always thought it was interesting that they asked for the underlying data from the state police prior to that of Bodie, given the arguments they're making. Mr. Godin knows that a validation summary is just that. It's a summary. I would also note that my understanding, based upon prior conversations with the state police, prior to requesting the underlying data from the state of New Jersey, Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, they actually attempted to Oprah data from the state police, which I was just advised of. I wasn't party to. I don't even know exactly the outcome. I assume it was denied for whatever basis. So the fact that data means something to these hearings from the defense perspective is clear based upon the fact that prior to requesting Bodie's, they requested the state police, who tested 2 samples which aren't even questionably outside the bounds of what they did in this case. The argument has always been made, and we've been very aware of it. We have experts that have addressed it, one being Dr. Buckleton, one being Dr. Coble. We disagree with their argument. I mean, we're not here to fight it now. We'll talk about it later. We understand the coverage to Ms. Naughton about the argument the defense was making, and I guess that's when it was brought up that there was data that expands the defense, reply to the defense argument. Ms. Wallace, and we discussed this in front of Judge Oxley at nauseam, Ms. Wallace did exactly what she was supposed to do and said, hey, can you document that? Provide it to me. I got to give it to the defense. She got that memo, I think the same day. She provided that memo to the defense. So I have a hard time kind of listening to the argument that they didn't think the underlying data was necessary. We've responded to the coverage argument before, and we'll respond to it in court. But, I just always thought it was interesting that the state police data was more important than the Bodie, and I just have always thought that that's because of the statewide implications with respect to the state police and not Bodie.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a longer decision on the record. Yesterday, I decided when we had a sidebar on this issue where the defense had objected to the S20, the April 26, 2024 letter, I had indicated that the defense had time, and I am of the opinion that the defense had time to show this to their experts, to take a look at it, and if they've had since 2022 to look at the overall analysis, and if they wanted to attack the underlying validity of any validation study or anything else that was done here, they've had the opportunity to do that. Again, I'm going to put a longer decision on the record so that the record will be clear for whatever appellate review in the future. But this court is confident that the state has complied with all discovery rules on this issue. They've turned over the information. The defense had time to address this issue from April 26th or even as late as June 20th to this date, which is November the 11th, to move forward, November 12th yesterday, to move forward with it, some type of response. They did not do so. And the court is of the opinion that that is on them. It is not on the state, nor should the state be under the circumstances argument made by or being made by the defense. So again, I will put something on the record at a later point. I want to continue on with the testimony here today. If somebody wants to, Mr. Godin, you can sit down for a second, please. If there's something that you want to put in writing to me, you can. I'll give you the opportunity to do that. But we're going to continue on with this hearing right now. We have experts lined up every day, and I'm not going to slow the actual testimony down. It's not like this is in front of a jury right now. If there's some reason where I have to pivot, I would be able to do that. But this court's opinion right now is that the information can be testified to. It will be permitted. And I'm going to ask the state to bring your witness back in, and we can start.
Am I being, can I put something on the record, Your Honor? Or?
Did you hear what I said?
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure I'm requesting to put something on the record.
I'm saying that you can put whatever you want in writing to me, which would be a part of the record, and I'll allow you to do that. I'm saying that right now, between the hours of 9 and 4:30, that I'm going to take testimony in this case. If there's something that you need to put on the record that is so important, I'll give you the floor right now. But if it's something just to respond to something that you're not happy with what I'm saying, then I'm asking you to just document it, and then I will address it, like I said, not right this minute, but at some point in the near future.
Okay, there is one thing I want
to clarify. Go ahead and do that.
And the only reason I didn't say this earlier is because I didn't know John was going to go into the ruling right there. Just to be clear, it was not until August 5th of this year that we were given from Bodie the genotypes of the known non-contributors, right? And so when I spoke about yesterday, sort of the frustration that I had, where I asked for something very clearly, and it's communicated to Bodie, and then Bodie partially responds to it, but in a way that's like not particularly useful for us, or makes it difficult or impossible for us to be able to do our jobs, Your Honor. That is the frustration that I'm trying to.
And I respect that. I want you to understand that I'm going to give you the opportunity. You're going to have somebody on the stand. You want to ask questions about that, and you want to explore it that may go outside the bounds of what this hearing is for purposes of your arguments that you want to make in front of me, that maybe at some point you want me to strike something from this record, I'll give you the opportunity to do that. I just don't have anything in front of me that's saying that right now that Bodie did anything wrong other than be responsive to whatever you requested from the state and the state told them that they wanted to do.
And just, for example, the Bodie internal validation study summary has many charts and many graphs, which presumably were made in Excel. Those were not given to us, right? Even when they did give us the underlying data, which they didn't actually give us the Excel spreadsheets that were used to generate those particular charts and graphs, which would have greatly reduced the amount of work that our expert would have had to do to go back and actually reanalyze it himself. That's fundamentally the issue here. Notwithstanding also the fact, like I said,
that we get the data on June 20th, our expert is looking it over, we don't realize until the end of July, early August, that we don't have the actual genotypes of the known non-contributors, and we know that that file exists because it's 510simulated.csv, and it's in all of the actual
it goes a lot further than that. At the end of the day, you're right. Yeah. Okay. In May of 2022, when your office has made the decision that you are going to attack and or put into question the star mix, hear me before you start to respond in your head. At that point in time, you should have started with experts to figure out exactly what your decision was going to be moving forward. Hold on, because we all know throughout the United States that cases were being decided, and the attacks and where the attacks were throughout the United States. You guys had the opportunity back in 2022 to make decisions. You were making decisions off of a summary. You then pivoted, which you have the right to do, and made the decision based upon this response that you wanted to do something else. That doesn't mean that I should strike the information from the state. This is what I'm saying. All we're doing right now is doing exactly what I said I don't want to do. I don't want to argue this. If there's something that you want to put in writing, I'm giving you the floor. You can write for as long as you want. I'm giving you the opportunity to expand it on the record so that you have the ability to ask these questions to find out, why didn't you turn over the charts? Why did you do when this request was turned over? I'll give you the opportunity to do all of that. I'll give you the leeway, even though it's outside the scope of what I'm here to decide. I'll give you that. And then if there's something that comes up, maybe that would be more helpful to me than what I'm getting right now from you and I going back and forth with the colloquy.
I just really want one thing to be very clear, because something Your Honor just said made me concerned that it was not. The only reason that we asked for the underlying data was because in March of 2024, the state told us that they actually had samples from the Bodie internal validation that went below 25 picograms and below 5%.
March of 2024 was the day that the hearing was already supposed to have occurred, but for the fact that somebody, and it was in the system years back, that the state police had also done an analysis using StarMix that nobody in your office realized that should have put it in writing to say, we want to add this to the Daubert hearing. That's the reason why that March happens. That's the reason why the April letter happens. Because guess what? Otherwise, we would have had the hearing back in February or early March. So I'm asking you nicely. It's clear. I understand what you're arguing. Put it in writing if you want to do that. I'm giving you every opportunity to be able to put this all on the record using the witness in front of you. But what we're doing right now is not helpful, and I'm not necessarily agreeing with where you are today. I may change my mind. You may show me something that happened that I don't know. You and I both know from the start of this case that I'm here to deal with this hearing. Judge Oxley heard a lot of the stuff. I've gone back. I've listened to everything that's been placed on the record to be prepared. This is what I have in front of me right now, and this is what we're going to move forward on.
Can I finish the point I was making, Your Honor, please? The point that I am making is that the same samples that were sent to us in April of this year in that memo, they existed in 2022 when we first filed the motion for a Daubert, where we said they're going outside the bounds of their validation study. The state had every opportunity in 2022, if they wanted to say that actually that validation study went below 25 picograms or below 5%. In 2022, they could have spoken with people at Bodie, and in 2022, they could have provided us this memo, and then in 2022, we could have requested the rest of the underlying data. This didn't get found out until March of this year, and it was not through anything that the defense did. And that's the only point I wanted to make.
Wonderful. Can we bring a witness in?
Yes, Judge.
again today just to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm just going to ask you to put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Kristen Walton, last name is spelled N-A-U-G-H-T-O-N.
Okay, be seated. For the record purposes, I had indicated to you last night that when you left that you weren't to speak to the state about anything about your testimony. The only thing that you could do is talk about logistics of showing up here today. I assume that that's what you've done?
Correct, I did not.
Okay, great. All right. Ms. Wallace, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Naughton, we left off yesterday discussing S147, which is the internal validation of star mix, and specifically we left off on section D. Show me, counsel, what's been marked as S147.
Judge, I believe Your Honor has a copy.
I do, thank you.
Ms. Naughton, I'm showing you what's been marked as S147. This is page 14 on section D. Specifically, we were talking about the sensitivity and specificity studies. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S20 and S155.
Your Honor, I believe Your Honor has copies as well of those.
S20 and S155? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Ms. Naughton, I'm showing you what's been marked as S20. Can you just remind us of what that is?
This is a memo I wrote looking at more in-depth data that was in our validation data binder to explain a few more samples that probably were not appropriately or not detailed in this summary.
Okay, and specifically on the first page of S20, there's a sample there that's a four-person mixture?
Correct.
And is the minor on that four-person mixture, what percentage is the minor there?
It's approximately 5%.
Okay, and is that according to, what percentage does it say on here?
So the mixture proportion that Star Mix estimated
Yes.
is 3%.
3%, okay. I'm also showing you now what's been marked as S155. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the electrophonogram radiation profile from this particular Star Mix analysis.
Okay. Now on there are some, it looks like some alleles that are highlighted. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, who made those highlights?
I did.
And why did you do that?
So that is based on the known contributor for that contributor 4 of this mixture. So we know all 4 contributor genotype profiles that are made of this mixture. So I was highlighting these to show how well represented in the DNA profile that this donor in particular is.
Okay, how well represented is that minor donor?
You can see this donor in every testing location or locus tested in the global battery chemistry, SDR location tested. And specifically more at the locations that have a lot of peaks present. They're represented at an unstacked or not stacked in another contributor position.
I'm going to grab this document back. Yeah. Okay. So just to conclude with this particular section, section D, based on the analysis that was conducted in this section, were you confident in Star Mix's analysis, or ability rather, to operate effectively in deconvoluting mixtures typically seen in casework?
Yes, especially when you have stronger RFU template amounts. It's very specific to be able to discern true donors to the mixture and non-true donors to the mixture. And it's statistically accurately weighted a low statistical value when that ambiguity is in the mixture.
I'd like to turn to section E. This is page 15 to 17 on S147. What section does that cover?
So the title of the section is called Alternate Propositions. So this is where we would look at some different features in Star Mix where we can condition sometimes looked at different ways you can compose the hypotheses that are consisting in the likelihood ratio.
The court has already heard testimony regarding conditioning, but can you explain conditioning as you understand it to be, given your training and experience at, in the course of your career as well as at Bodie?
Sure. So we have set rules in our standard operating procedure that if a contributor can be expected to be a part of the DNA profile or assumed to be part of the DNA profile, we can condition it, which means we put their known profile into the interpretation portion of StarMix, where we can provide that this is the known profile to a portion of that sample or that mixture. At Bodie, we define them a little bit slightly different. That expected means that we've it's an evidence of item that is taken either directly from the body, such as a body swab or a vaginal swab, or a piece of clothing that's come directly off of the body. And then we have assumed contributor, where the case scenario can say that it's reasonable to assume that direct contact from this contributor was made with this item.
Are there certain standard operating procedures that you just discussed that govern when you can and cannot condition?
Yes, those are the standard operating procedures that are all about a DNA analyst follow.
Okay, and again, what is the benefit to conditioning?
So it's most beneficial when you have a mixture that's not visually obvious which alleles belong to which contributor. So let's say in a very basic two-person mixture, if you know one of those contributors, you can more easily deduce out which alleles belong to the other contributor, versus if you did not know that information, it would be a more ambiguous interpretation of which alleles belong to which contributor.
What kind of specific testing did you conduct under this subsection E?
So this was 16 samples running, again, 2, 3, and 4-person mixtures at varying low level of that, varying template amounts at that lowest level contributor, and testing what is the effect of conditioning, as well as changing how the hypothesis for the statistic is calculated as well.
And so what was that effect? What are the conclusions that were drawn?
So when you conditioned, it really depended, again, on the type of mixture. So again, if it was a mixture where equal contribution to the mixture between contributors, it really did help StarMix have a more interpretable profile from the other contributors in the mixture. And that generally is represented in figure 7a as likelihood ratios that are higher than if you did not have that previous or prior knowledge to help guide the interpretation. And then also, so graph 7b also helped drive some of our standard operating procedures, where Bodie performs the likelihood ratio statistical calculation, including one individual at a time, or comparison to one individual at a time to the mixture, and provides that statistic. And that's because if you have a two-person mixture and you have two profiles that explain the combination of alleles present there, the likelihood ratio for those contributors in the hypothesis 1 of the likelihood ratio greatly increases the likelihood ratio too. But that can also be used to show that two people cannot be included in a mixture as well. So it works in both ways.
I'd like to turn to section F, pages 17 through 19, where it says assigning the number of contributors. Do you see that on page 17?
Yes.
What specifically was being tested here, and what data was used?
So this is 21 samples from section D were chosen, again representing 2, 3, and 4-person mixtures, and again representing a variety of template amounts of that lowest contributor. So this is testing, since ground truth, we knew what the number of contributors was to the mixture. This was testing artificially, saying, what if an analyst put in one contributor less or one contributor more?
And what would happen for each, if you could go over each scenario?
Sure. So when you put in less, what usually happened is the software said this is not plausible explanation and stopped running and did not give an interpretation, because that happens when more alleles are present at a location than can be explained by two people. If it did run through where enough alleles were not present to stop the interpretation of the profile, if the profiles were of substantial or strong template amount, or RFU as we're calling it from StarMix, then it did not have very much impact on that as well.
With the underlying validation, did Bodie run a test, something called N+1?
Yeah, so that's the other side of this scenario where we would have run an extra contributor compared to the known number of contributors. So the similar result happened that if the major contributors, the higher amount of contributors were unimpacted by the change in number of contributors, but the lower contributor, the likelihood ratio actually decreased because you're splitting the ambiguity of the lowest contributor alleles into trying to explain two different genotypes instead of one.
Okay, so specifically, were there any N+1 tests mixture that was at quote unquote 0%?
I believe there was.
I'm showing council what's been marked as S21. On our copy of S21.
Thanks.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Do you recognize that?
So this is a StarMix deconvolution report from one of our validation samples.
Okay. And specifically, this is one of 662 pages. Is that correct?
Of the StarMix report, yeah.
Okay.
The StarMix report was 662 pages long.
And is this essentially, it's the first page of a deconvolution report, is that right?
Yeah, this is the summary page. That's the very first thing the DNA analyst would see when they get a final report out of StarMix.
Can you explain to us what we're looking at here in this deconvolution report as if it relates to the N+1 testing?
So in the information section where it starts with case number, that's where in the validation we're describing that it's a 3P or 3% mixture, and the lowest contributor is 100 grams. The sample name is a 10-5-1, which tells me that this is a ratio of 10 to 5 to 1 contributors of those 3 contributors that we had made in the lab with the controlled amount. And then the comments are telling me that this was run under the assumption that it's that number of contributors plus 1. So up at the top right under run parameters, we see that the validation scientist has input that this DNA profile should be analyzed as a 4-contributor mixture.
And when we look at where it says summary of contributors, do you see that?
Yes.
And it has contributor 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do you see that?
Correct.
And then under that, it gives the estimate RFU of each contributor. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the estimate mixture proportion of each contributor. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. And is contributor 4, that's essentially it's 0%, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And then you see where it says template RFU, where it says 28?
Yes.
Just curious, why if this person is at 0% in the mixture, why would there still be some template there?
So that's a very low amount. If you remember from our analytical threshold to detect So what this is most likely that because it's being informed that there's 4 contributors, it's looking for some sort of genetic information from that 4th contributor. The ratio it calculated is 0%, but it has potentially modeled a very, very low level of template amount to that contributor.
So is this essentially the equivalent of testing a minor contributor down to 0%?
Artificially, it can be considered that the software is trying to look at a very low level amount of a genetic contributor.
Thank you. I can take that back from there.
I just add a little bit to the statement about some of the standard operating procedures that were derived from this section.
Yes.
So one of the procedures that we have is determining that a portion of the mixture is interpretable, and this is similar to how we perform manual calculations as well. So if we can look at a profile and determine there is a large amount of genetic information and then maybe just a few, one allele could be that drop-in that we talked about previously, we have a way to assess how much visually on the DNA profile of a contributor is there, and the analyst can decide what is an interpretable portion of the mixture versus what is not suitable for comparisons.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to section G now, drop-in, pages 19 to 20. Drop-in was discussed quite a bit, but I'm going to ask you, if you could, to tell us what specifically was done to test this particular phenomena here, and what samples and what data were used.
So this is looking at 3 samples where we artificially entered data that was not in the DNA profile, so that we could model, or so that we could see how StarMix would handle if there were extra peaks in the DNA profile. So what we expect based on our estimation of calibration, where we set up to 250 RFU could be considered drop-in. What we want to see is that StarMix did not call any of those allelic or weight any of those high as a probability for allelic. And what we see here is in table 7, those scenarios work no matter how many of those drop-in peaks were present or artificially put into that DNA profile before it was entered into StarMix, until it reached a point where it was above that 250 cap. Then it automatically stopped and said this number of contributors cannot explain this mixture because there is a mixture allele that's not explained by this. It was a single source sample, so there's, if you put it in as a 1, the StarMix software stops saying it can't be explained by a single source.
Is that what you would have expected to see here?
Correct, based on the settings that we set at the 250 RFU cap.
I'd like to turn to section H.
Can I stop for a second? Do you have S-147 in front of you?
147.
Yeah. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's go to table 7 for a second.
Okay.
For the court certification, we have 3. We have the 3 samples there. It says D1 underscore 0.05 NG.
Yes.
And then you have these different loci. And then you have D1 underscore 1.5 NG, and then D1 underscore 1 NG. I need you to walk me through that table in layman's terms as much as you possibly can.
Sure. So the donor 1.05 NG sample, that one is a single source sample that we created in the lab, and it is at 0.5 nanograms of template that we estimated to go into the amplification reaction. The alleles that you see and the loci that you see listed in the table for that sample, those are alleles that are not present off of the genetic analyzer, because that was a single source sample. Those are alleles that we put into, artificially entered those numbers, the 10 for D8, the 10, and the 249. We artificially entered that into an Excel table that was then imported as data into StarMix. So StarMix doesn't see the electropherogram or the peak heights on the DNA profile. what gets exported from that is the numbers into an Excel or a text table, and that's imported into StarMix. So these numbers are, again, artificially added to the DNA profile Excel table to mimic what would happen if there were extra peaks in a profile. Does that help?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, and I did to look at section H if we could, pages 20 to 21, where it says forward and reverse stutter. Can you explain to us what was done here and what the purpose of this study was?
So this used 5 samples, single source again, ranging from different template amounts, from 2 nanograms down to 0.2 nanograms. And we discussed earlier that the initial analysis from our analysts is done with stutter filters on in that GMF or IDF software. And then those stutter filters are turned off so that the stutter peaks are in that Excel table that we export as data and import into StarMix. So what this is doing is we want to make sure, again, kind of similar to drop-in, we want to make sure that StarMix is not artificially calling those allelic peaks when they are potentially the stutter artifact byproduct of the amplification process. So in this case, table 8 indicates that the 2 nanogram sample had 33 peaks in stutter position labeled, and 0 of those were interpreted as alleles in the deconvolution.
Okay, and that's on page 21, is that just for the record?
Page 21, table 8.
Okay.
And so on as you continue down, as the strength of the template amount or RFU of the true alleles decrease, so does the stutter ratio is just a portion of that peak, so then less and less alleles are observed above the coefficient.
Again, is that something you would expect to see
Yes.
with this testing?
Yeah, this is showing that it modeled those correctly as stutter and not allelic.
We could look at section I. It's on pages 21 to 22, where it says intra-locus peak height variance. Do you see that?
Yes.
This was discussed a little bit yesterday, but can you explain again what that is?
Yeah, so this is, again, kind of looking back at, we had modeled in the first part of the validation or that estimation of parameters, we modeled what we expected peak heights to look like and balance ratios within a locus to look like from the 2 alleles from the contributor. So this test is then testing that model. So we're inputting the data again to show what it looks like against the model that we had calibrated in the first part.
Why is that important to do that?
You want to show that StarMix has the model that you have, the biological model that you created in that first part is effectively analyzing now the samples and interpreting them.
So what, if any, conclusions were drawn with respect to section I?
So figure 10 shows that the majority of our interpretations done in StarMix in this section were accurately within or close to within the expected model. And that's showing on figure 10, again, kind of going across linearly, like as you have more and more average peak height or template RFU, the stochastic effects or the consistency of the genetic information is a lot tighter and more reproducible. And then as you have lower average peak heights, you have a lot of variation in what peak height you can observe.
And that's on page 22, table 10, or figure 10.
Page 22, figure 10, yes. Those red lines represent the model, if that makes sense, and the black dots are what our interpretation is. And you want to see the dots or the samplings within those red lines to show the model is working.
You could turn to section J, 22 to 23, the interlocus peak height variance. What was tested here and what data was used?
So this is just showing one sample and showing it against the model that was made in that first section. So the model is the red line showing what that pristine.
This table, I'm sorry,
Table, figure 11 on page 22. So the red line is the model, And the blue bars are how represented to that model, how close to that model our data came. It's important to note that the scales on these are different, so the heights don't matter, but what matters is the pattern. So if you look at the very far right, you'll see a kind of a W pattern in the red line, and we see that W pattern in the blue bars below.
Did the data indicate whether the modeling process was working correctly and as expected?
So yeah, so we would call that as that sample was modeled within our model parameters.
You could turn to page 23, section K, which is challenge testing. Pages 23 to 24. Can you explain what challenge testing is?
Yeah, so that's part of developing some of the limitations to the software when the software not work. When we can artificially, again, challenge the software with different data to see how it would react or how it would perform compared to how we expect it to perform.
Specifically, there's a table on here that says table 9A on page 23. What are we looking at here? Can you explain this?
So series table 9 lists the 3 challenges that we gave the software and the description of what we did to each challenge and what the star mix result was and the reason behind that.
Okay, and what was that?
Would you like me to go through each one?
Yes, sure.
So the first one, there was an artificial allele added at the D3 locus to a 2-person mixture. The allele added was a 19 at peak height 1,957, and that's noted as similar peak height to the 17 from the minor. So star mix did include that as the genotype for that calculation for that D3 locus, and that's because even though we artificially added it, it appeared to be part of that contributor.
Is that what you would expect to see from
That's what I would expect to see.
And did that conclude the challenge testing in that section with regard to the centering?
That concludes that if there is a peak of similar height to other contributors, that it should be considered as allelic and potentially to that contributor.
And you have on page, on page 24, there's another table, table 9B. It says challenge 2, effect of a drop in peak. Can you explain what we're looking at here in this table?
Yeah, so this is similar to that drop-in test we did. The allele that was added was only at 120 RFU, so as we described before, that could be modeled as possibly allelic, but also possibly a drop-in event. So ultimately there was no change in likelihood ratio at that locus, and that's because that allele that was artificially added was not considered a high likelihood ratio. Phrase that. Was not considered as part of contributing to that genotype for that contributor.
But finally, there's table 9C. Can you just explain what this is? And it's part of that testing.
Yeah, so the same test of adding another allele, this one was at 4,024. This one again prevented star mix from running because that extra allele prevented the scenario of running this as a 1-person mixture was not an explainable result anymore based on that extra allele in the profile.
I'd like to turn to section L, mock evidence samples on page 24. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you just explain to us what mock testing is with regard to DNA analysis?
Yeah, so this is a significant portion of every validation is you have a lot of control studies, but then you want to see maybe when you don't have so much control over how exactly the sample was prepared, how that performs. So we do that by comparing to what our visual or manual interpretation of the sample is. And so these were different training samples that went through at some of our either laboratory or DNA analyst training personnel had done as part of their training process, and we used those to compare to how
what a mock sample even is? Like, how is that taken?
It varies. It could still be that we control, for example, for a sexual assault case scenario, we might mock where we put some blood and some semen spotted onto a swab for the analyst to take through the lab. It could be, depending on what you want to model, you could take, if we want to simulate a two-person mixture, we could swab the top of a water bottle from one person and another person with the same swab, intentionally creating that mixture. We don't know exactly what proportion of that mixture is going to be, but we're expecting to see those two known donors in the mixture.
And is the purpose of this type of testing essentially to more accurately model what you would see in the real world, for lack of a better term, in samples outside that include degradation or whatnot?
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to page 25, table 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right, and what are we looking at here? It goes over onto 26 as well.
So in total, there's 15 mock evidence samples that we looked at, ranging again from the number of contributors and the amount of genetic profile or template photography per contributor. We have how that sample was manually interpreted, what statistical calculation, if any, was done with the manual interpretation, and then compared that to the star mix deconvolution or interpretation of the profile, as well as the star mix likelihood ratio.
And how did those mock samples fare? What was the outcome of that testing? And if you have to go through each one to explain things easier.
I think overall I can explain that it was very close to the manual interpretation. There's a section after that table, table 11 on page 26, that kind of talks through some of the differences that were observed. And sometimes the manual interpretation generated or interpreted the mixture with a little bit more genetic information than star mix, and sometimes star mix generated an interpretation with a little more information than manual. So, but in general, they were very comparable to each other.
I'm going to draw your attention specifically on page 26 of table 10 to sample number 13, where it says TRN 1777-0961-E02. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to us what we're looking at here with regard to each column?
So the manual interpretation called this a mixture of at least 3 individuals, and that's important to note that in manual interpretation, we do not distinguish a number of contributors of 3 or 4. We call anything with at least 3 and at least 3 mixture manually. The manual interpretation deduced the major component of that mixture, and the reference profile that was provided as that case scenario. I'm sorry, I should describe a major mixture. So in manual interpretation, again, we can determine that a portion of the mixture is suitable for interpretation. So in a major mixture, we would have had 2 contributors that we would have said is interpretable and 1 contributor that we would have not made conclusions on. So the major mixture is the 2 contributors, and the person of interest that was provided in the mock case scenario was included in the major mixture. So that would have been a CPI statistic.
What was that statistic?
1 and 1.1.
And was there a likelihood ratio that was run as well?
So in star mix, instead of CPI, the statistical calculation is the likelihood ratio. So when this was interpreted with star mix said there was a 69% and a 28% contributor, and that trace contributor that was seen in the manual interpretation was estimated at 4%. And the person of interest, the reference profile that was provided, generated a likelihood ratio number of 1.6 to 10 to the 23rd.
So just to be clear, this particular sample was ultimately run through star mix?
Yes.
And it deconvoluted out 3 contributors?
Correct. We would have put in that we were estimating the number of contributors as 3.
Okay, and when it deconvoluted out, it gave the estimated percentages of each contributor. You see that?
The mixture proportion on the star mix report that we previously looked at.
Okay, and what is the percentage of the most minor contributor in this three-person mixture here as estimated by Star Mix?
4%.
I'm going to draw your attention to number 15 now on that same page, same table, the last one where it says TRN 1777-0962-E02. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to us specifically what was done here, what was deconvoluted out, et cetera?
So the manual interpretation called this an at least two, meaning there's indication of a possible third person there. They deduced, the manual interpretation could deduce the major component of that profile, but marked the minor or minors inconclusive for interpretation. In this particular case, the reference profile that was provided as part of the mock training exercise was excluded, visually excluded from that major contributor.
Was the sample also run through StarMix?
Yes. So it was input as a three-person number of contributors based on our evaluation of the profile and using our StarMix knowledge to assign the assumption that it is a three-person mixture.
Okay, and what specifically did the deconvolution show in regard to estimated percent of contribution for each contributor?
So that contributor 1 is consistent with a major contributor at 91% estimated in StarMix, contributor 2, 8%, and contributor 3, 1%.
What was your overall conclusion, with respect to this particular section in the mock testing?
So I think this models our visual interpretation that I talked about of what we go in with a visual interpretation, and we expect that StarMix will be very close to that, and this would match what we expected, that we have a very, very low level third contributor. StarMix is saying it's estimating that it's 1% of the mixture, and that's consistent with what I'm visually seeing on the electrophotogram or DNA profile.
Thank you. There's one section left here, and that's section M on pages 28 to 30. Specifically, I'm going to draw your attention to where it says precision. What was tested here? Well, actually, I should first probably ask you to explain what is precision in DNA, forensic DNA analysis terms.
In this particular validation, precision is how the ability to obtain the same result, basically, from the same DNA profile. So the same statistical conclusion, the same interpretation that you would get if you ran that sample multiple times. Would you get the exact same answer?
You're talking about if you ran it multiple times through StarMix?
Yes.
Okay. And what was done? How was this tested?
So this is one sample run through StarMix 10 times to show the variability. There is variability in StarMix in how it interprets. That's part of its biological model and mathematical models of how it performs. There's also sampling variability in various other places of calculating the likelihood ratio that contributes to this variation. But what you see is the variation is fairly minimal in terms of how it changes the statistical value or weight of the likelihood ratio.
Are you able to elaborate on that when you say it's very minimal? What do you mean by that?
So especially with the higher template amount RFU, it would not change your kind of statistical weight or verbal scale that you would provide to the court. The variability could more impact when you're at the lower average profile peak height. That variability could, or if you're at the border of one of those verbal scales, it could change which category the weight is in.
During this portion of your validation study, has this variability ever been so large that it has led from an exclusion to an inclusion?
So not observed during the validation, and in terms of like an exclusion, like it's never changed from this sample or this profile could be visually excluded to it is not possible to be in the profile or to be explained in the profile. But it can change, again, the weight of the statistical calculation can change, and if you're on that border of where the verbal scale is, or if you're at the very low end and tending towards close to 1, it would be plausible that you potentially have a low level limited support just barely above 1 that could change to just barely below 1 with this variation.
It's not an overall, based on your training and experience and your use of STAR mix and the validation itself, have you found it to be accurate, reliable, and well suited for its use in your lab?
I do.
And ultimately, did the validation study demonstrate that STAR mix is suitable for its intended use for the interpretation of single source and complex mixture DNA profiles, including profiles of complex and low-level mixtures?
I believe it does.
Could you, if I can have one moment?
Can we agree that you're not a software engineer? Your background is in forensic DNA analysis?
Yes.
Just speak up.
You were not involved in STAR Mix's development?
No.
You've never seen the STAR Mix source code?
No.
So you're not aware then of how the source code implements the STAR Mix model?
No.
You're also aware that when STAR Mix releases a new version, they will often change their model?
Yes.
They've over the years modified how allele variance is modeled?
We have not validated, or I have not been trained on additional versions yet, so I'm not familiar with the exact details of the changes.
Are you familiar with how 2511 models allele variance? Can you explain?
Within Model Maker, it's going to look at the data that we imported as far as the data straight off of our genetic analyzers. And it's going to look at the peak heights and the peak heights at specific RFU per se, and it's going to determine, or it helps determine what that variance or balance should be both within that interlocus or within a locus, what balance you expect to see from a single contributor, and then also again across the whole profile, what trend and peak heights you expect to see across the profile.
What is the relationship between allele variance and RFU?
So as RFU increases, allele variance should be more minimal, like that you should have more balanced within a location. The two alleles from that contributor should be well represented at approximately the same peak height. Whereas if you have low average peak heights, you could, instead of having 80% balance per se, it could fall below 50%. So it models those potentials.
As peak heights get shorter, the variability increases?
Correct.
Is there any upper cap on that, or is it as the peak heights get lower, the variability always goes up?
There's no cap that as the variability gets, as the peak heights get shorter, the variability increases with no cap.
You're also aware over the years that the burn-in process has changed with STAR Mix, right?
I am actually not aware.
Are you familiar with something called Smart Start?
No.
Can we agree that even if the model itself doesn't change, the way that the source code implements the model could change?
Yes.
And You were not involved in any of that, so you wouldn't be able to offer an opinion. Can we agree that you're also not a theoretical Bayesian statistician?
Yes.
You're aware that StarMix uses a Metropolis Hastings sampling algorithm?
Yes.
But that is not the only sampling algorithm that a Markov chain Monte Carlo algorithm can use, right?
I'm not sure.
You've never heard of the Hamiltonian Monte Carlo sampling algorithm?
I have not.
So you can't speak to the relative advantages or disadvantages of one over the other?
I cannot.
Would it be fair to say that before StarMix you didn't have much experience using Markov chain Monte Carlo algorithms?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say you didn't have any experience using them before StarMix?
That's correct.
So prior to StarMix, you've never heard of the Gelman-Rubin diagnostic?
No.
You're aware that the Gelman-Rubin diagnostic is not the only way of measuring chain convergence, right?
I do not. I'm not trained in other methods.
So you wouldn't be able to speak to the relative advantages or disadvantages of one versus the other?
Correct.
Do you know how the Gelman-Rubin diagnostic is calculated?
Not specifically, but I know that in our diagnostics, we want that value to be equal or less than 1.2 to show that all of the chains that were being interpreted at the same time came to that same sampling space of the genotype.
Why 1.2?
That is the value that we were given by the developmental evaluation.
So ESR gave you that value?
Correct.
Did ESR tell you where they got that value from?
Not that I can remember off the top of my head.
Do you have a sense of what the Gelman-Rubin diagnostic is representing, other than just it needs to be close to 1?
Yeah, like I said, there's during the interpretation process, there's 8 different chains that are kind of happening simultaneously. If those chains do not kind of end up in that same sampling space to explain the genotype, then that's when that value would be higher than the 1.2.
I guess my question is, how do they know if the chains are close to each other?
That's the, again, part of the mathematical equation to calculate that I am not familiar with.
You're not familiar with how it's calculated?
Correct, but I can.
You don't know what the inputs are?
I do not.
You don't know what parameters are being used to see if the chains are converging?
I do not.
You don't know if it's just one parameter or if it's multiple parameters?
I do not.
I want to talk about validation. Can we agree that there is a difference between a developmental validation and an internal validation?
Yes.
We agree that this is a distinction Swigdam makes as well?
Yes. And FBI quality assurance standards as well.
Whenever a new method of analysis is invented, it needs to be validated by the developers.
Correct.
This doesn't just apply to StarMix. This applies to everything, right?
Yes.
If Promega wants to sell a new amplification kit, they need to demonstrate its reliability with developmental validation.
Yes.
The same principle even applies to hardware.
You said hardware.
Yeah, if you want to buy a new CD instrument, right, that has to be developmentally validated before your lab purchases it.
Yes.
What's the developmental
validation? To clarify that the laboratory itself can perform the developmental validations in some scenarios, but usually it is the manufacturer of the software or reagents or equipment.
Thank you. And it's only after there's been a developmental validation that labs, at least generally, will conduct an internal validation.
Correct.
And an internal validation is how you demonstrate that you can reliably apply a method in your lab.
Correct.
The internal validation is also supposed to help you figure out where the limits are of a given method.
Correct.
You're supposed to use an internal validation to figure out where the method performs well and where it performs less well.
Correct.
For that reason, you're supposed to use the internal validation to help define your standard operating procedures.
Yes.
The internal validation study is where you have data that you can use to figure out how to instruct your analysts to use a given method.
Yes.
Internal validation studies, in addition to being important, are also a requirement, aren't they?
Yes, by those FBI quality assurance standards.
If you violate those standards, you could lose your access to CODIS.
As a private laboratory, we do not have access to codes.
Bodhi does not have access to CODIS.
Correct.
As a practical matter, though, you can't implement a method unless you've conducted an internal validation study.
Correct.
That's true even if other labs have successfully implemented the same method in their casework.
Correct.
Every lab is different.
Sorry, I need a verbal answer.
Yes.
You can't substitute one lab's internal validation study for another.
No.
You would never do that.
No, we perform all of our internal validations.
And specifically, we can agree that the SWGDAM guidelines on probabilistic genotyping validation require labs to try to determine what the limits are of where a given method, the probabilistic genotyping method, can be used.
I would have to read the exact standard that you're referring to.
Sure. One moment. Can we please For the record, I am displaying S6, this is the SWGDAM guidelines for validation of probabilistic genotyping software. Can we agree that that's what we're looking at?
That's what the title of the document says. Yes.
Can we agree that the first sentence of that second paragraph says, depending on the features and capabilities of the probabilistic genotyping system, some DNA typing results may or may not be determined to be suitable for such an analysis?
Yes.
Can we agree that the next sentence says that to identify data features, e.g. minimum quality requirements, number of contributors, that render a profile appropriate or inappropriate for probabilistic genotyping, the laboratory should test data across a range of characteristics that are representative of those typically encountered in casework?
Can I answer with no and yes?
Sure.
So I would like to call out that that says minimum quality requirements, not minimum quantity requirements.
Can we agree that the next sentence after that says data should be selected to test the system's capabilities and to identify its limitations?
Yes.
Can we agree that the next sentence says, in particular, complex mixtures and low-level contributors should be evaluated thoroughly during internal validation, as the data from such samples generally help to define the software's limitations, as well as sample and or data types which may potentially not be suitable for computer analysis?
That is what it says.
We can agree that determining those limitations are important, right?
Yes.
You don't want to try to use a method on data that you haven't validated before.
Yes, but it is up to the lab to determine and evaluate what limitations they've observed in the internal validations to set those parameters.
So one of those, for example, limitations is the number of contributors.
Correct.
Your laboratory only tested up to 4 contributors in your internal validation study. And so as a result, your analysts are not permitted to analyze samples that have 5 or more contributors.
Correct.
That is a hard limit that was established by your internal validation study. Before we get too deep into the weeds here, I want to talk to you about mixture complexity. I know this is mentioned in the SWGDAM guidelines. Can we agree that mixture complexity is a catch-all term for how difficult it can be to analyze a DNA mixture?
I think that's a fair assessment.
For example, you have more contributors, that increases the mixture complexity.
Yes.
Degradation of 1 or more contributors can also increase complexity.
Yes.
Contributor ratios can also increase complexity.
Yes.
Sometimes extreme ratios can increase complexity, right?
To some degree, to another degree, extreme ratios could be much more easy to interpret, maybe that larger percentage of the mixture.
However, if the mixtures are so extreme that one of your contributors is giving alleles, or at least a potential contributor is giving alleles that is in a stutter position of one of the major contributors, that can make things complicated.
It can reduce the weight of that evidence for that contributor.
Because it's difficult to tell whether you're looking at an allele or a stutter from the major contributor.
Correct.
There are also times when mixture ratios that are roughly even can also be complicated.
Yes.
And that's because at that point, you see a bunch of peaks that are all roughly the same height. And it's impossible to assign them to one versus another person.
Yes.
Another source of complexity is the total template amount that's input. We can agree that low template samples are more complicated to analyze than high template samples.
Yes.
Because you have more dropout?
Dropout, you have that more allele variance and stuff that we have established.
Can we agree that allele sharing is another example of complexity?
It can be, yes.
So if you have multiple contributors that share alleles with each other, that is a more complicated mixture to try to analyze than if your potential contributors do not share alleles.
Yes.
And when contributors do share alleles with each other, you have an increased risk of false inclusions. If your person of interest shares alleles with the actual contributor, it can appear as though they are in a mixture, even if that is not actually their DNA.
It depends on the amount of the genetic contribution in that mixture. So if there is a lot of genetic information from that contributor in the mixture and there aren't any alleles difference, then it is possible to distinguish between that. And that resolution gets, as your p-kites get less, that resolution does.
All other things being equal, yes. If your potential contributors share alleles with each other, that's going to be a more complicated mixture to analyze than if they don't.
Yes.
We can agree that related individuals share a lot of alleles.
That depends on the scenario.
It depends on the type of relationship, right?
Correct.
But siblings share more alleles with each other than they do with the general public, correct?
Correct.
They have the same two parents. They may not have exactly the same alleles.
Correct.
But they're going to share more alleles than people that are not siblings.
Sometimes they do not.
Sometimes they do not.
Sometimes their profiles, different profiles, can be potentially as discrete as two unrelated individuals.
But again, all things being equal, people that are related to each other share more alleles than people that are not related to each other. I understand there are exceptions, but I am asking as a general rule.
There is relatedness and allele sharing between individuals, and that allele sharing varies depending on the relationship and the chance of inheritance of those genetic alleles.
Relatedness, therefore, is another source of complexity. Mixtures with related contributors are more complex than mixtures that don't have related contributors.
It could be.
And can we agree that all of the factors that we just discussed with each other can combine with each other?
Certainly, sure.
So you could have a low template sample with a lot of degradation and related contributors?
There's scenarios that may be that way.
That may be. Can we also agree that determining the number of contributors to a sample is more difficult when the contributors are possibly related?
Again, that depends on...
As a general rule, is it more likely to be difficult to determine the number of contributors?
That's a blanket statement that I can't answer with a yes or no.
So
there's...
Counsel, you gotta let her answer your question.
The relationship could vary. Like if you have a parent-child, you might only show 50%. That's going to be very discreetly a two-person mixture, or siblings possibly might only share 25% of the same alleles. So it depends on the mixture. It depends on how many of the relatives are in the mixture to determine the complexity.
when you say it depends on how many, what do you mean?
So there are published papers that talk about, so let's say you have both parents and a child, then those can be complex to interpret because the child is going to have all be buried in the same alleles of the two contributing parents. That's one scenario. If you have three siblings, they possibly will all share and bury each other's alleles. But a two-person mixture between siblings or a two-person mixture between parent-child, that is generally not considered a complex mixture.
But if you had a three-person mixture with three related people, you may underestimate the number of contributors because the alleles may mask each other.
That is a potential.
And as a result, your laboratory SOPs say that if you believe that contributors may be related to each other, it may not be suitable for analysis.
I would have to read the exact, again, I don't want to misstate the exact line in our SOP, but we do give guidance to our DNA analysts to evaluate the profile and the profile complexity and the case scenario to determine if relatedness could be affecting the interpretation. If it is not affecting the interpretation, even if it is a first-degree relationship, they are permitted to interpret that profile.
I do want to talk about ESR's involvement in your internal validation study. You said yesterday on direct that they gave you technical support.
Yeah, so as we are learning the software, we obviously have a lot of questions about how it works, and we're learning as well. So anytime that we had a result that we wanted to ask more about, they were available for us to ask those questions.
How often did you speak with them?
Our director of applied research would have been the one that was in direct contact. I don't have a sense of how much. I know in the first estimation of parameters, we wanted them to look at the variance of signal across all 5 of our genetic analyzers for how that model was created, so to get their input on that. Past that, I'm not sure of the extent of how many questions we asked ESF.
You spoke about this yesterday, I believe, but there are really 2 halves to the internal validation study, at least for StarMix.
Yes.
The first half of the internal validation is the parameter study. And that's where you use data, or rather StarMix uses data, to help determine your laboratory-specific parameters.
Yes.
These are the allele variances, the stutter variances, the locus-specific amplification efficiency variances.
Yes.
And these parameters are impacted by a number of factors. Some kits have more variance than others.
Did you say kits?
So, yes, kits.
Like chemistries for the amplification?
Or different CE instruments can also have a higher variance than others.
I would not, if you're talking about different CE platforms versus all 5 of our genetic analyzers, we did not see a difference in variance across 5 genetic analyzers.
All of the same model.
Yes.
If you have different models, though, those can be different.
I'm not familiar with other models.
Understood. However, the data that is used to determine the variance parameters needs to be representative of what you'd expect to find in casework.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one?
The data that you're using to determine these variance parameters needs to be representative of what you would expect to find in casework.
In this particular case, they need to be run in our internal lab through our lab process on our genetic analyzers. These are not to create this what normal DNA profiles look like from our lab. These are not the casework type samples that we talked about in the second one. These are controlled known template amounts that were used to create what a model of a pristine sample would look like.
So it's your testimony that the data that you use for the parameter study does not need to be representative of the kind of data you would see in casework?
The kind of data we would see in casework, in the fact that it is generated using the amplification chemistry that we use in the lab and on our genetic analyzers. All of that study was done, and I think I testified to this, was done on single source samples. So there are other types of casework samples that are tested later against that model.
So the answer to my question was no, you do not believe that it needs to be representative of the kind of data that you would see in casework?
I believe it is, yes. The data that we run in our laboratory is representative of the data that we would see in casework. It's just not, we haven't tested the range of data that we would see, or the range of types of mixtures, and the range that we have tested against the model in the second part of the internal validation.
I want to talk now a little bit about the memo that you wrote earlier this year that you spoke about on Direct.
Yes.
And can we agree that this is that memo right here? And this would be S20. And so we're looking here at the first of the mixtures, right?
Yes.
And that's a 10 to 5 to 2 to 1 ratio.
Correct.
Now, this is where you said, I believe, the theoretical contributor amount for contributor 4 should be just over 5%?
I believe so. So the way you do the math is each of these contributor ratios are part of the mixture. So you would add up 10 plus 5 plus 2 plus 1 for 18. And then one component would be 1/18 of that mixture, which I believe is just over 5%.
Which, this is, StarMix is recommending 3%, right?
StarMix is estimating that it says 3% based on the genetic profile that went through the biological process.
I want to talk about the other 2 contributors to this mixture. Now, this was a 10 to 5 to 2 to 1, so the ratio of the middle 2 is 5 to 2.
Yes.
So the second contributor should be, roughly speaking, 2.5 times as large as the third.
I would have to, I mean, 5 number is mixed, but the theoretical composition to that mixture is approximately 28%.
And can we just go back while we have this here and look at what the percent star mix estimated was?
Sure. It's contributor 2, I think it was the 5, right? So contributor 2 says 16%.
It should be 28%, but here it's 16.
Correct.
And can we go back then and calculate what we would expect the third contributor to be?
That one should be approximately 11% theoretical.
I would like now to show you a couple of other samples from your internal validation study. Is that all right?
Sure.
The state may want to come over here. I just saved these during the direct. For the record, I am displaying on the screen what has been marked as D69. Are we looking at one of the samples from the internal validation study?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the mixture ratios here are supposed to be?
So based on the sample name, it's a 2-person mixture with a theoretical contribution of 10 to 1.
And what percent would that work out? Roughly. It's okay. No, that's all right.
So that's approximately 91% for that.
Should be 91%.
Major contributor.
And so then the minor contributor should be about what percent?
If it's represented,
The 2-person mixture.
then 10%.
Or 9% maybe. Can you tell us what the mixture proportions here are?
It says 62% and 38%.
And again, the 38% is supposed to be 9% of the mixture?
The theoretical input for that is yes.
Well, your lab mixed these samples, right?
Well, that's true, but then it's through a biological process. This is each contributor here. If we go to the, can you scroll up just a little bit? Sure. Each contributor here, or the lowest contributor is 25 picograms, so that's where that variance in peak height is going to come into effect.
So you're saying that your lab properly mixed a 10 to 1 sample, but that star mix, because of the amplification process, believed that it was a 60 to 40 sample?
So I can't make any conclusions on this without seeing the actual data that came off the 3500 to determine what the data looks like and how star mix interpreted it. So if you have the electrophoregram or the DNA profile.
Unfortunately, I don't. Can we agree that this again here is another 10 to 1 sample?
Yeah, it looks like a replicate of that same other sample. So that would have been the same mixture, that same tube put into a second amplification.
Can you explain to us how this replicate was prepared? I just want the record to be clear on this.
Hold on for a second, just so I'm clear. Is this the same document D69 that we're looking at?
My apologies, Your Honor. We're now looking at what has been marked as D70. Thank you.
D70.
So I did not perform the lab work, so I can't 100% attest to exactly how the laboratory personnel meet the mixture or prepared the amplification there.
But just to be clear, this isn't going back and re-amplifying the same sample that had been amplified previously, right?
It is.
So you went through and amplified it a second time?
Correct.
Or did you take it and you divided it up into multiple parts and amplify those two things separately?
I don't understand the distinction. I'm sorry, not understanding the distinction between what you're just
I guess I'm trying to figure out mechanically what happened here, and you're telling me that you either can or can't. Do you know how this was prepared?
Off the cuff, I would need to look at the laboratory notes, which are in the data validation binder, and confirm that my interpretation of what this replicate means is that it is a separate, based on the name, I think it is probably the second amplification of this sample, a separate amplification reaction that happened from this mixture sample.
So they made a mixture and they divided it up into two parts?
Yes.
And then amplified those two parts separately?
If they made the mixture twice or made an aliquot of that mixture, I am not familiar with that exact detail.
But again, this is a 10-to-1 mixture?
Yes.
And again, that means that we should be looking at a major contributor with 91%.
That's the same math as before, yes.
And a minor contributor with about 9%. And can you tell us what the mixture proportions are here?
67% and 33%, but again, this is based off of the DNA profile results that are off of the genetic analyzer that you've not shown me. So this could be the same as what I manually interpret this profile as well, despite the theoretical value.
When you say the theoretical value, you're referring to now the star mix prediction or what?
Theoretical calculation of the 10-to-1. We need to see what that genetic data looks like as an ultraviogram in the DNA profile, and how I would be able to interpret that for me to give any weight to how star mix interpreted it.
For the record, I'm now moving on to D71. Now this is a different sample. Can we see that it's a 20-to-1 mixture?
Yes, based on the sample name, I believe this is a 20-to-1 mixture with the lowest contributor of 25 picograms.
And again, your laboratory mixed this sample itself.
Correct.
You're supposed to know the ground truth.
Correct.
What percentage of the overall mixture would we anticipate the minor contributor would give here?
If the minor contributor is actually represented in the DNA profile adequately, that's the one that was just below 5%, I believe, the 4.7%.
And can we agree that this mixture proportion here is 70 to 30?
That is what StarMix is showing, but again, I would need to look at the data. It's possible that this electrophoregram is actually only containing genetic information from a single donor, and it was forced into StarMix as a 2 based on the theoretical composition of it.
But you only know that because you know the ground truth here.
I know that because I know how to analyze and interpret a DNA profile off of the genetic analyzer in GMember index.
But you know the genotypes of the two contributors that were put into StarMix.
Not by memory, and not when I'm analyzing a sample for determining if there's one or two contributors to the sample on the electrophoregram.
In your internal validation study, you mixed these samples together.
I personally did not mix these.
Your lab did.
My lab did.
And your lab knew the genotypes of all of the donors that were mixed into these samples.
Correct.
So when you're saying that you needed to go back and look at the electrophoregram, the reason why you're able to know that that minor contributor either does or does not have any alleles present is because you already know the minor contributor's genotype.
That's not correct.
Can you explain why it's not correct?
Because I can look at a DNA profile and determine the number of contributors before I even try to assess, even if I didn't know that sample name, I can look at a DNA profile and determine if I think there's one DNA profile contributing to that sample, 2, 3. So at 25 picograms, that is where our stochastic effects, again, greater allele variance, you have a high chance of more genetic profile, and it's all about that template amount is calculated from an estimate from quantification as well, so there's estimates there in terms of how much was put into the reaction.
Can you
So
explain what that is?
biologically, the process that goes through, it could be on the actual data that this was interpreted from, it could be truly only one donor is represented on that electrophoregram.
How would you know that there was only one donor represented on that electrophoregram?
As a trained DNA analyst, I know what to look for a single, to determine number of contributors, and I can do that without knowing the genotypes of the particular contributors.
How would you know that you were looking at an electrophoregram that only had one contributor on it?
It would have no more than 2 allele peaks above analytical threshold at each testing location.
Can we agree that it's impossible to know in practice, in casework, what the actual number of contributors to a mixture is?
Yes.
Can we agree that, again, when you have lower template samples, an analyst may underestimate the number of contributors?
That's possible.
Can we agree that when you, again, have related contributors, an analyst may underestimate the number of contributors?
That scenario is possible.
And you're telling me that if you were to go back and check this right now, you would not look at the reference profiles for the 2 known contributors?
Correct. The first thing I would do is look at the just the DNA profile itself, come up with my manual or visual interpretation of that profile. If I'm visually also interpreting that as possibly this 70-30-ish percentage, then StarMix is not inaccurately interpreting that profile as it's presented to the software.
But just to be clear, your lab mixed together, or at least attempted to mix together, a 10-to-1 mixture, or a 20-to-1 mixture.
Correct, and a lot of these mixtures, when we were pushing that boundary of the lower limit, it's not necessarily the lower limit of StarMix, but it's the lower limit of what our genetic analyzers and our GMF or IDX software can do.
What is that lower limit that your laboratory set?
So alleles can only be called at an analytical threshold, which is 125 RFU. We could amplify any amount, and we evaluate the DNA profile for suitability. In our standard operating procedure, we just established a limitation that you have to have genetic representation at least 3 testing locations or loci in order to deem that component of a mixture interpretable. So that is how we set our limit of where we deem a component of a mixture is interpretable.
Your limit is not then set by input template amount?
It's not set by a binary input template amount.
It's not set by mixture proportions either?
No, as shown earlier, mixture proportion alone can vary greatly depending on, there's a combination of effects, just like you said, a combination of effects that if degradation is happening, if one contributor is outperforming the other, that the complexity of the mixture, again, so we set the limitation based on visually what we can see in the DNA profile.
I just want to be clear that the answer to my question then is no. There is no mixture proportion limit that your lab uses to determine whether or not a sample is suitable for analysis for StarMix.
No, we do not know the known mixture proportion in casework before we amplify and run that through StarMix.
There is no lower mixture proportion limit that StarMix can give you that will cause your analysts not to report a given result. If StarMix says that there's a 1% minor contributor, your lab will still report that.
Not necessarily.
But it could.
It could, depending on the amount of genetic information from that profile.
I would like to also go back now to the parameter study. This is S19. Specifically, we are at page 22. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That is the PK results for our sensitivity study that was in this section across the different donors.
So I'm going to zoom. I'm going to zoom into the top right here, just so that we can all see it a little bit better. Can we agree that this is showing a couple of different things? First, it's showing, for example, that some of your CE instruments are more sensitive than others.
I don't think that's necessarily what it's showing.
Can we agree that what this is showing is what the average peak heights were for a given donor for a given input template amount?
Yes, it is showing that.
And so can we agree that, for example, donor 6 on one of your CE instruments is giving an RFU that is a little over, what's that, 10,000?
Which
Donor 6, it's the purple one, the lowest one.
Donor 6, the purple, it's 10,000, correct.
And can we agree that the highest RFU that donor had for the same input template amount was around 22,000?
Correct.
And can we agree that we see that happening across other profiles as well?
Yes.
So again, the same donor giving the same input template amount is going to give you a different RFU peak height depending on which instrument is measuring.
What's not shown on this graph is that same result can happen even if you inject the same sample on the same instrument. There is injection-to-injection variability in our genetic analyzer that we measure in our lab as well as across instruments, and this is within the variation that even injection-to-injection on the same instrument would create.
But just to be clear, the answer then to my question is yes, this is showing that the same input DNA from the same contributor measured by different CE instruments could give you a range of RFUs?
Yes.
Specifically some that are twice as high in some instruments as others?
In this particular D6, that is true.
Can we also agree that if we look across different template amounts, I want to look on D7. Now, can we agree that looking at, again, the 2 nanogram input template amount and the 1 nanogram input template amount, for some reason D7 is giving smaller peak heights than the other samples?
Yes.
Can we agree that that's also happening when we look at 0.5 nanograms?
In some scenarios, yes.
Can we see that that's also happening, roughly speaking, when we're looking at 0.1 nanograms?
Sure, it seems to be the lowest of all of the donors.
Consistently, D7 appears with the same input template DNA to give you an RFU that is half as high as the highest one.
So this goes back to there is variability in the quantification estimate of how we quantify human DNA. That is a known variability in our validation studies of the quantification chemistry.
Can you explain to us how that process works, the quantitation?
I absolutely can. So when we have a DNA extract, we will take just a small portion of 2 microliters, which is a very minimal portion of that DNA extract, into the quantification reaction. So there is sampling variability there of how many cells per se went into, or how many DNA molecules went into the quantification, and it's considered an estimate. So that estimates how much human DNA quantity we have. From that value, we can then dilute. We expect, honestly, this would be within my expectations of how much variability if we had 10 different samples, an estimate of quant, and then try to target 1 nanogram per se, we see variability even more than 2-fold sometimes within the RFU.
So you're saying then that as you're trying to create these mixtures, that your method that you use to measure the amount of DNA has variability?
It has variability.
That can lead ultimately to a difference on a factor of 2 to 3?
Correct.
So you're saying that there's a possible error in terms of the input template amount that could be a factor of 2 or 3?
So that's why we're calling the theoretical values, the theoretical, and then what we want to do is look at the data profile to see what then the data profile is showing.
So you're telling us you can't be sure if you've actually mixed a 10 to 1 mixture?
There are other factors also involved in terms of how well each DNA extraction performs in an amplification procedure that, again, contributes to variability that is modeled, or that is expected within our field of how we know the final DNA profile is what a DNA analyst will use to interpret what portion of the mixture is observed from each genetic contributor.
I'm going to ask the question again. Can we agree that when you try to make a 10 to 1 mixture, you can't actually be sure if you put a mixture in a ratio of 10 to 1?
It is most likely not going to be at exactly 10 to 1.
Apparently here it could be off by a factor of 2 to 3?
Based on RFUs.
I know that we spoke about determining the number of contributors a few minutes ago. I am going to pull up what has been pre-marked as D60. D62. Can you tell us what we're looking at right now?
This appears to be one of our standard operating procedures at 30 called BTF 00278. Statistical interpretation star mix, and this particular version is revision number 7 that was effective since March 18th, 2021.
So we are going to go down to page 12. Now, this is on the x-axis here, the number of alleles that were observed in a given mixture.
These are simulated mixtures to help an analyst determine how often number of alleles in different types of genetic contribution mixtures there are.
And the way that they did this was they would make a 2-person mixture, a 3-person mixture, and a 4-person mixture.
Right.
And they would analyze them.
Well, then we would count the total number of alleles expected to be from those contributors.
You would count the total number of alleles that you saw on the electropherogram.
This is not electropherogram data. This is simulated profiles of complete profiles.
Simulated in what?
Simulated from statistically sampling from the allele frequencies table to mock generate theoretical DNA profiles. So these are not profiles that were run in our laboratory.
Can we agree that the overlap there is an example of a mixture that is ambiguous? For example, if you have 89 alleles, it could be a 3-person mixture or a 4-person mixture.
So this particular graph is just one tool that we use to help determine number of contributors. So total number of alleles, yes, ranges, and there is some ambiguity between different types of mixtures. There is some overlap. But what also is used is evaluation of number of alleles at one particular location. Max alleles at one count at one particular location can also be helped to inform the DNA analyst as well as peak heights.
So can we agree then that the answer to my question is yes, there's overlap here between the 3 and the 4-person mixtures?
Yeah, in this
can
graph,
we agree that when
is
you had 89 alleles, that could be a 3-person mixture or a 4-person mixture by looking at this graph?
If you're looking at total...
Only this graph?
Yes, if you're looking at total allele count only, that's in the mixture profile. If it had 89, there were simulated profiles that were both a 3 and a 4-person mixture.
Can we agree that there's more overlap between 3 and 4-person mixtures than there are between 2 and 3-person mixtures?
Yes.
Can we agree that it's probably likely then that there would be more overlap between 4 and 5-person mixtures than there are between 3 and 4-person mixtures?
Yeah, that has been presented and published.
Can we agree that this chart does not show what the overlap would be for a 5-person mixture?
Yes.
Can we agree that your analysts routinely have to distinguish between 4 and 5-person mixtures?
Yes. Or 4 and more than 4 is our distinction.
Okay, we're going to take our mid-morning break now. We will start back up at 11:15.
Now, I'm in the section L, starting at page 24. These are the mock evidence samples.
Yes.
Your lab put together these mock evidence samples.
Correct.
And so you knew the genotypes of the contributors.
Of some of the contributors, yes.
Not all of them?
No, as in any mock situation, if we are sampling from, let's say, a keyboard, I just touched your keyboard, I maybe not know that when I collected the sample.
So as a result, you don't know the ground truth in these samples.
We know partial, probably the ground truth of what's in the sample based on the intended collection from the item. There are components that make it more realistic to what you would observe in casework for these samples intentionally.
But just to be clear, you know what some of the contributors are,
correct,
but not all of them.
In some cases, not all of them.
And you also don't know then what the mixture proportions are.
We definitely did not make these where we knew the mixture proportion at all going in.
And so when you said earlier that you were testing down to a 4% minor contributor, you're taking Star Mix's word for that.
And my visual interpretation, my manual interpretation column